Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Guess who's back? I have Kins to take care of. Wah, wah. So, if I were to stop in the middle of something, then it's probably because of the kittens. I need to figure out.
Getting freaky on a Friday night yet. Getting freaky on a Friday night yet.
Where's my mouse? Okay, how do I change who I want? I can't remember. It's tab. Der.
A one hand and dribble the skin. Soft took left hand up.
Meet my my phone is going
3, 2, 1, go!
Are you kidding? So bad. What's up? Welcome back. Not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
That's the mic. I'm dropping hits like I'm dropping calls and conferences. I don't give a damn who I rap against. I don't need to flex.
What is it? Another E? I didn't improve. Kitties. Yeah. That's not me. Petty. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh. I am tired. How about you, Sam?
Getting freaky on a Friday night yet. Getting freaky on a Friday night yet.
Okay. Fish.
Getting freaky, think you got what it takes.
Fatality.
Three, two, one, go!
Okay, why is it lagging that bad? Hold on. Thank you. Nice. Hold on, I gotta figure out why it's lagging so much. Maybe it's because I'm not actually full screen. Or maybe it is better than full screen. Get out of my face!
Getting freaky on a Friday night yet.
I don't have that difficulty yet. How do you do Nightmare? How do you get it? I'm not only gonna do the main game. I do have Discord. But I have a server if you want, if you want that instead. Of course, when I'm live and stuff, I don't know. I got more stuff on there. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to see if this works better. What do you mean you can't hear me? I'm not talking that loud, it's live. and pumping while your feet are stomping on.
A one hand and dribble the skin. So
Beep bop bop beep beep. No. No. Oh, there's. Is it nightmare? I thought it was just night. But it only says erect. Have I done this? Why do I have a... Gosh darn it, cat. Can you, like... Oh my god!
3, 2, 1, start.
Lay down! Ay, ay. I'm so glad I liked that. That's so glad I liked Are you? Arr, matey. There ain't enough coffee in the world to do this. Guess what I got? Is good. I love G-Steps. Harlan. Ooh. I love the way UGG sounds. It just sounds so good. Like the instrumental. It sounds so good.
3, 2, 1,
Beats
go.
immaculate. Turn my headset Yippee. I broke it. Okay, I can't. I cannot. It is lagging way too bad. Why do I sound like that? Burger King foot lettuce. Frick. Man, I don't have fatality. I have a, would this have fatality in it? Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus. I don't care. What the? Give me that. No, Opera. Close. Close. Wait, is there really a new release for Psych Engine? No, that's the one I have. Right? Right? Yeah. That's the one I have. Yeah, I have that. Hello, Montague. Hello. Fatality, where are you? Yeah. Let's go. Hey. Whatever. Seems I have some options to change. Whoa. We don't judge here. Down small please. Frames. Graphics, controls, same. Mania. Gotta go. I just cannot. Hello. Oh, bye bye. Ow. Sure, why not? Huh?
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, no thanks. Can you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel the sometimes? You just need to run
2,
away.
1, go!
Cheese. Cheese. Ow. Ow. Gosh darn it. My bad. Hold on. I'm knocking everything over. Okay. off. Here, let me pull this up real quick. Hi. I see you. Let me pull this up real quick. I'll show you the song I'm talking about. Ah, man, what the? Bruh. Knock it off. Stop chewing on my cage. Ooh. And there's a creepy doll that always follows you. I'm telling you, it's this song.
In a town in the woods at the top of a hill, there's a house where no one lives. So you take a big bag of your big city money there and buy it. 'Cause there's a door and you take a tattered dress and a feel that always follows. And there's a creepy doll that always follows you.
But you see what I mean, right? Here.
2, 1, go!
Listen to this. Okay, you hear that, right? That's terrifying. I mean, it's like sped up, obviously, but
Top of a hill, there's a house where no one lives. So you take a big bag of your big city.
hold on.
In a town in the woods at the top of a hill, there's a house where no one lives. So you take a big bag of your big city money there and buy it.
Okay, see? You see what I mean? Obviously, the mod song is just sped up, like a sped up version of this, but it's literally like based off of this song. And guess what the song title is? Creepy Doll. It's by Jonathan Colton. This song was in my childhood, so I instantly recognized it when I heard this song. Do you like Sunshine better? Why? Why? It's just, can you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel it sometimes? You just need to run away. Reach out for the sunshine. Forget about the rain. Just think about the good times, and they will come back again. As a Sonic fan, I know that song by heart at this point. I could sing the whole song. Bah! Okay, I don't think there's any other song that I'm play on this one. And guess what? What the heck is fate? Guess what? There's no Needle Mouse songs besides the one, and I want the Needle Mouse songs. Needle Mouse songs are good. Whoever made them is really talented. Do you hear me? Really talented. No, I play that too much, but I freaking love it. Do I have enough too? I do not think I do. That is a shame. I have Hypno's Alibi though. No, thank you. I don't want to do that. I'm already paranoid enough as it is. Game banana. Game. Game. Nope. Can't spell game banana. F N A F 2. And there's a creepy doll that always follows you. It's got a ruin eye. It's always open. It's just like a welcome thing. Bruh. It's like a thing to tell you what to. Yeah. What? Man. Yippee. Zit. There's a creepy doll. Haha. That always follows you. Ow. It's got a pretty mouth to swallow you whole. Wait for you. Hello. Yep. Bye bye. I wait for mine down there. Hold on. Wait. The doll is in your home and in your room and in your bed. Oh no, pumps triggered. Ah! Hello, cat. Oh. Tissues. I need tissues. And they're halfway across my room. Bro, why this gonna take so long? Well, I guess while we wait for that to download, I'll just... I don't want you. I don't need that. Hey, stop. Get off of it. Man. Big man. Cheese. What's up? Don't mind what's going on right now. I'm trying to download a mod, but I gotta wait for it. So I gotta play a different one. That is loud indeed.
3, 2, 1, go.
This is a bop. If I could hear. Huh? Farfetched. I have not. It's been a while. Oh? I don't know it. Alright. Actually, if you think about it, Shadow Freddy's trying to get them to follow him. So therefore, Shadow Freddy would be going the same speed that Foxy is going. Who would accompany to that speed of his? Oh my god.
I got an FC.
Like I always do. Straight on. I gotta ask you a question. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about them. I'm so sorry. Work's been kicking my behind, and I have been taking care of 10 million animals. So I haven't been on my PC. Happy late birthday! Oh my gosh. Owie. Hey. Don't hit me. Hello.
3, 2, 1, go.
Actually, I don't want to do this song. Yeah, no. Don't take me all the way back, please. I don't want to do this song either. I just realized what it was. I don't want to do it. I forgot what half the songs are. Beep bop beep bop beep bop bop. Beep bop beep bop. Bop beep bop beep bop bop beep bop bop beep bop 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 beep bop.
3, 2, 1, go.
It won't let me out. Boppy boppy bop bop beep bop boppy boppy bop bop beep bop. I sound like a car. Ha! Oh. I forgot about that. Yeah, go find that child. I didn't think about it that way, probably right. You actually, that makes sense. Oh, again already? Almost. Broken down in here.
Through the darkness I've been watching, as your eyeballs flood with tears. Now your heart is slowly stilled, and not through it's simply viewing. So take your hands and hold them high. I'm coming for you, little ones, time to die.
It's like an SFM.
So close to the child. Press the card and dine with me. Yes, I will make them understand me. Your nightmares can't be repaired. Souls have seems digital noise. Immortalize a path of faster. No chance. They are gone. I am not. Lydia remains. I become a god.
But first, I'm gonna go find the child. I'm waiting for it. I know there's one doing it. Is it for 40? Okay, lag. Brother! Arg! The lag! No. You know what? No. Why? Why do you do this? Guys, 3 minutes left. It's right there. It's right there. Look at this. It's right there. How do I get these? 3, 9, 5, 2, 4, 8. Funny. That's funny.
Three, two, one, go.
Canola. 9 minutes. Oh, it's this one. Hmm. No! It's always mango. It's always mango. Makes me lose it. I better get progressive the fastest. Whew. Oh. It's glitched? Huh? Snaz bear. Oh, but Snaz bear. Arg! That was numb. What's up? Bruh.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh. I didn't realize this was gonna go to the next one. Hold on, I just realized that my cam is frozen! Oh my. Okay. It needs cleaned off, I realize that. It's a little smeared. Are you kidding? These are zoom ins. Cut off half my notes. How am I supposed to? No! Bar. What's up, buddy? My bad. One finger. Yarg! Okay, these are sucks. It's really not that hard. You just gotta keep practicing. Arg! No, because that chart is so simple. Okay, hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. I wanna play my other one. Yes, yes I will. Ding! No, no, I get that. That's valid. It is too much sometimes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The main thing is you just gotta follow the notes with your eyes. Yep. That's all I got. No, that, this, and that. Oh my god! Hold on. Where is that? No. Where is it? What is it called? That's all Minecraft stuff. So it's like, I don't know, follow the notes, like, try to zone in on them and ignore everything else that's going on. Because you really don't need to pay attention to the background or whatever. You just really need to pay attention to the notes. But once you get, like, used to it, literally, you could, literally? When you get used to it, you can look at the background, I guess. That's how I am. Like, if it's a new mod and I'm just trying to get the notes done, like, get them down, actually get in a full combo, then I just do the notes. I focus in on those, and then after I'm done with it, I'll actually look at the background and stuff. That's only if you're really interested in it, because if it's a mod that you really like, then you'd want to pay attention to the background. That's how I was. I just really like rhythm games. I don't even really play it for, like, skill or talent per se. I just play because I have fun. Soda Man 67. I hate mango. Mango mustard. How'd you like that? Would that be good? Is that what you want? Is that what you want, Soda Man? Mango mustard. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry, hurry. I wanna play. Yippee! Oh, my mouse is acting up. Open thy folder. Open. I should play that, huh? I did. I did play that, but you weren't there for that stream. Where is it? It'd be down with the F's, wouldn't it? No, it's not. Where is it? Huh? I lost it! Did I not hit the right folder? Oh. No, this is it. Okay. FNAF 1, we're going back to the original.
Getting freaky on a Friday night, yeah.
Is it too loud? Turn it down a bit. I did play the rewrite mod. Sure, we'll skip everything else and just go straight for the third songs. Because why not? I really just wanted to play the Foxy
3,
song.
2, 1, go!
But yes, ghost tapping. Yes! 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 I can do them now. Never mind. My combo. What I can do? I can! Speed it up on me like that. I'm hitting my ears. I still can't do the Chica songs though.
3, 2, 1, go.
Wah, wah. Oh, I forgot about that. I did, but I didn't. When it first came out, I played on my laptop, so it wasn't very good. Can you believe this mod is 4 years old? Bingo, bingo, bongo. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-ba-dum-bum. We are not playing Chica.
Get freaky on
I'm going straight to Foxy, cause I wanna ride on a pirate
3, 2,
ship.
1, go.
Space bar. You ready?
Lasky, your time's just about run out.
hold it. I thought I had to press it. Woo, that stinks.
3, 2, 1,
My cat is stinky.
Avasti, your time's just about run out. Ready to dance the dead man's jig.
Okay, cat. Lay down. You're in my way. I was holding it. I was holding it. I was holding it. You know what?
Getting freaky.
Might as well. Cause I'll be darned if Foxy's gonna get me angry. I was holding spacebar. Yeah. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Mmm. Mmm. Why is it hooking me? I'm not supposed to hit those. I forgot. That's sad. Trying. This is the finesse movie right here.
Getting freaky on a Friday night.
Kitty time. Can you survive FNAF though?
3, 2, 1, go!
But this is the FNAF 2 movie. It's just Michael rapping against the animatronics. bop, beep beep, beep bop bop. Gaslit. Yeah. Oh, that was that. Okay, hold on. Beep beep beep. I want a beep bop beep boop bop. Proceed. .8 gigs. Wait a minute. I still have the zip file? Holy lag. Close you. Hey. Give me that. It's been an hour. Already? Wow, I didn't think I still had the... I kept the zip file? That's crazy. Oh. Eh. Okay, chill out. Oh my god. Beep, bop, beep, 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 bop, beep. Beebo, beebo. Beebo, beebo. Get out of here. Oh, hey, it's over here. Whippy boop. A whipper beep bop beep boop pop. Oh, haha. Close you real quick. Open it again. Close that, close that. I need to blow my nose. No, I want to rename it. Done. Diddly. Did done. Boom. There. What? Oh, 'cause it's capitalized. Numerical order. Let's go. You didn't hear that. Hello? Why you do that? Guys want some gamer subs? don't have my own code. But you know whose code I used? Puffer. I used Puffer's code. Bruh.
Getting freaky on a Friday night, yeah.
Why you lag? What? Okay, I just went hold. That was my bad. Hey, why you telling me I made the name of that poster? That's not nice.
Chicken.
my mouth! Oh my god, guys, I got an FC. Woohoo!
Getting freaky on a Friday night, yeah.
Oh, Cerberus is Mangle, isn't it? Let's try Mango. Let's see if this will work. See if I can do it.
Don't be afraid.
I am afraid.
You will look just like me. Beautiful.
Dang right. another double tap.
Are you scared yet? Your time's almost
That was a CG5 song.
Well, that's the your time is just about run out.
Yeah, you know it. Why? Why do you hide inside your room when
Bear family.
What?
You'll never be alone.
Bells? What are you doing? Bells. Wow. That was just great. He won't. He'll eat it before he even gets it close to you. 'Cause he's a hog.
Getting freaky on a Friday night, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know my cat. I know my cat, and he doesn't like sharing. I almost ate my mic. I live my double life. Who will you be tonight? That's the question. Who will you be tonight? That's the question. Oh, the thrill of a double life. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Guess what we're hopping on, boys? Roblox. Bye bye. Holy crap. Hello? Please load. Oh! Roadblocks. Yeah. Yeah. I've got to get away. And we're gonna be listening to Creepypasta. Yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah. We're gonna do some r/no sleep. You know what I'm saying? Luxburg! Oh, wait, what's the date? Oh my god, I forgot the school thing's going on. No sleep.
I lived completely isolated for almost a year and never knew. I had worked construction for the better part of my 20s before the accident. I never had the know-how to get into engineering school like my parents wanted for me, but I preferred to work with my hands anyhow. Jobs came and went, contracts ended, but ultimately I always had a site to work, or a building to put up. When the Whitlam Hawthorne Group offered me a foreman position for the construction project of their new headquarters, I accepted it in a heartbeat. Job security from a company like WHG
I'm on
with
the
a salary
stupid
I'd only dreamed of,
beach.
and benefits
I
to
don't wanna
match.
be on the beach.
I thought it would be stupid not to accept. The foundation had barely been poured on the site when the collapse happened. No one knew who was exactly to blame,
Hello?
whether it was the surveyors, the engineers, or just some freak accident. But those of us caught in the rubble only had the parent company to point our fingers at. 3 men dead and 13 injured was apparently a serious enough legal threat that
Look at all
William
these
Hawthorne
people.
opted to offer us each a generous settlement outside of court. You can judge all you want that my silence was bought, but 6 zeros on a check would buy yours too. In addition, they also offered me a systems job. I'd be able to work from home and even a reduced renter's rate at one of their apartment complexes. In a unit that would accommodate the wheelchair I'd be confined to
Yes,
for the
it's
rest
an
of my
r.
life.
It's r/no sleep.
Until then, I didn't even know that they owned any residential properties, but the complex looked decent enough on the pamphlet they sent me. After all, I certainly couldn't live alone in my current 4th floor apartment anymore. I moved in near the beginning of February last year. I won't lie, the adjustment to everything at once hit me a lot harder than it should have. Overnight, I had gone from working outside every day to being restricted to a wheelchair I had no intuition for using, and being stuck inside all day long. My hard hat and boots swapped for a work laptop and a filing cabinet. The depression caused by my new situation was only worsened when I got settled in. It was embarrassing how little I owned that would still be practical given my new lifestyle. So it didn't take long for the movers to bring everything over. I was moved in less than a day after I got out of that hospital. The apartment was a 1st floor unit for obvious reasons. The 2nd and 3rd floors each had units with patio balconies that extended an outcrop over my minuscule fenced-in yard. As a
I want a
result,
server of 10
the
people,
already tiny
please.
windows in my living room
Yes.
barely got any sunlight during the day.
Which one looks the best?
Off to the side of my living room, I had a kitchen with lowered countertops
What is that?
and extended
You know,
storage
yeah,
space
we'll
on
do
the
that.
lower shelves. My bedroom was spacious, with a wheelchair-accessible closet and a roomy attached bathroom. I wish I could say I was thankful, but the accommodations only reminded me that I'd never live the same life again. Please don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely not one of those guys who sees disability as something that makes someone lesser. My aunt was a wheelchair user when I was growing up, and I had an older brother with special needs. Both of them had my respect for as long as they lived. But both of them had died because in one way or another they depended on something that couldn't be provided for them. In her old age, my aunt fell out of her chair at home one day and didn't have the arm strength to crawl back up or reach the phone. The medics said that her pets had begun to eat her before she even died. And now, after almost 30 years of independence and ability, it seemed as though every one of my prospects was ripped from me, and I was entirely dependent on a company that had caused it. In short, I was very, very bitter. In June of that year, it was as hot as it had ever been in my state. By then, I'd settled into a dull routine. Wake up, do a few arm exercises before I showered, eat breakfast, and then try to get some work done before lunch. What I did could barely qualify as work, but it seemed like the
Oh,
company
what have I
thought it
done?
would be better to have me under NDA and payroll than risk me
Yes.
suing.
Yeah.
Once lunch came
What
around,
the-
I would check my fridge
What's
for
going on over
groceries
here? Oh
and
my
add what I was running low
holy
on to my
lag.
weekly mobile delivery order.
Holy.
It was so much easier to have someone else leave groceries at my front door than to find a way to actually get to a supermarket.
That's smart, but how the
I found a
frick
routine
did you
where I
do
honestly
that?
never
How
had to
did you
leave the
place
apartment.
white lines?
I avoided human interaction those days, so it was
It's
easy to stay
Jigglypuff.
inside.
Oh my lord.
The only voices I heard for months were my neighbors. From what I could tell, I lived
That's
underneath
cool.
a married couple that
That
never stopped
lines.
fighting. And in the unit next to
Oh,
me,
wait.
there was an older woman with
Sure.
at least a couple
They
more cats
pull
than
the
our
lights?
lease
Oh my
allowed.
gosh.
On one particular morning
Oh
in
yeah, I got
mid-June,
you right
as I
near
got out of
my
the shower and
house.
dried my head, I opened my eyes to find
I'm
that
not
the
done
power
with
in
my
my
house.
apartment had suddenly gone out. It was inevitable. Everyone on the block had to have their AC units on blast. I finished drying off and, for the first time since I moved in, rolled over to the curtain sliding door attached to my living room and went out into my small yard where I knew I'd find the breaker box. The outside air was hot and heavy, and as I watched my toes brush against grass that they couldn't feel, I noticed that without the noise of the AC units running outside, it was very, very quiet. Not even the sound of insects or birds filled the morning air, and for a moment, I let the morning sun rest on my face before it would rise behind the patio, overshadowing my yard. For as short as it lasted, the peace that overwhelmed me was blissful. The silence was interrupted by the sound of a sliding door from above, creaking wood and the sound of footsteps, followed by the familiar arguing voices I'd grown painfully accustomed to. If you don't want to fix it, then I will. The wise sky voice grew louder as she moved above me.
Oh my god, the
I never
breaker
said
box.
I wouldn't do it. Give me a damn minute to put my shoes on. Why do you always... I zoned out as their arguing continued above. Even the briefest joy was fleeting. I thought as I opened my own fuse box and flipped the breakers. I heard my AC unit whir to life from outside my fence, muddying the soundscape once more with its mechanical whine.
Eat that whole
At least it
taco.
drowned out the arguing above. As I struggled to figure out how to wheel back over the lip on the sliding
Yum.
door, I
Am
heard
I
the
still
arguing
hungry?
stop, and the couple's sliding door slide shut and close
Nope,
above
not
me.
that.
I managed to get back inside and hoped I wouldn't have to go out again anytime soon. I'm ashamed to admit that was the last time I went outside for months.
Wait.
I'd gone no contact with the rest of my family years ago, and what few friends I had lived
Don't
out of
look.
state.
Oh, how am
I had no
Yep.
reason to go out
No,
anymore,
alright.
so the summer's heat, paired with my depression, only forced me inwards.
Don't look.
Wake up, shower, eat
shower
breakfast,
and-
work all day, sleep.
Okay, I'm done.
Even the arguments
Mm,
upstairs
mm.
and the occasional meow from the unit next to me became monotonous.
Yep.
I drowned as much of it out as I could. The same voices,
Done.
the same fights, the same cats misbehaving, day in and day out. In fact, as much as I
Wait a
tried to
minute.
ignore
Did I
it,
put in the
sometimes I
ingredients?
couldn't help but listen in. The woman who lived above me, whose name I gathered to be Claire, was seemingly unemployed. She rarely spoke unless it was to accost her husband for wrongdoing or to complain. Her husband, whose name
Oh, so I'm
was
just gonna
Jackson, Jason
teleport to
maybe?
work.
He seemed to have some anger issues but seemed more defensive than aggressive. Cold and distant, paired with irritable and sensitive. A perfect storm. I never gathered the cat lady's name. Instead, I became very familiar with Greta, Priscilla, and Tom. Every day, the woman would try to quiet Tom for crying too loud for food. And sometime in the afternoon, she would accost Greta and Priscilla for fighting over a nap spot in the sunbeam. Having natural sunlight enter the room sounded like heaven. The voices were my only human connection. It was mid-September when I attempted to clear my throat for my developing allergies that I realized I hadn't heard my own voice in months. I cried myself to sleep that night, feeling more alone than I'd ever been. By October, the isolation became unbearable. I found myself listening to the voices more than I ever wanted to, quieting my apartment as much as possible just to catch them when I could. The same fights, complaints, meowing. They became my friends, my comfort. One night, out of some sense of desperation, or maybe just a form of entertainment for myself, I started responding. It wasn't much at first, just a quiet whisper in response to Claire's complaints. When I heard her hiss, "You never listen to me," I whispered. "I'm listening." When Jackson, or Jason, or whatever his name was, sighed and muttered, "I can't do this," I chuckled and stuttered out a quiet, "Me neither."
You wanted
I
green.
don't know why I kept it up. Maybe just to hear my own voice. Maybe because in a pathetic way, it made me feel like I was connecting with someone. I knew it was stupid and illogical, but it made things feel just a little less empty. It became a kind of game for me. Each night, I sat in the dim light of my apartment, sipping one drink too many, and I listened. I let their words become ours. fights, the meows, the mild chit-chat. And Claire snapped. "You never take me seriously anymore," I whispered. "Of course I do." When the old woman called out to Tom, scolding him for knocking something over, I grinned and mumbled, "Bad cat." It was more than a game. It was all I had. Then about a week later, I'd started. I'd noticed it for the first time. Claire had just shouted, "For once in your life, admit that I might be right." I responded instinctively, "Why should I when you're wrong?" Before I could finish my words, from above, her husband's voice exclaimed back to her, "But why should I when you're wrong?" I paused. For a minute or so, I sat intently listening. I knew her words had sounded familiar, but had I heard them have the same argument before? I brushed it off at first. Of course it sounded familiar. I'd been listening to their fights for months. I'd probably heard them bring up the same talking points a few hundred times.
Trust me with your vehicle.
Often enough that subconsciously I
they
probably
won't
just knew
bite.
what he was likely to say. But then, the next day, it happened again. "Is it that hard to get your car's registration done?" "I've been overdue for almost a week," Claire snapped. And I knew for a fact that I had heard that before. Not just something like it, those exact words, in that exact tone, in that exact order. That in itself could have been explainable. Except, for the first time I noticed it had been in August. Her registration hadn't been expired for a week at this point. It had almost been 2 months. I turned off my AC and listened harder. My heart thumped against my ribs. "If it's no big deal, why can't you just go get it done for me?" There, she said that part too, I thought. I swallowed and realized my mouth had gone dry. My palms began a cold sweat as I grappled with the feeling that they'd done this all before, many times. Coincidence, that's all it was. Maybe their fights really were that predictable. I told myself to ignore it, but I couldn't. That night, I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, my ears straining to pick up what was being said above me. I tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid, but something felt wrong. That next day, I kept notes of what little I could hear around me on my computer.
You wanted purple.
In the past, I paid little attention to what was being said and when, but on that day, I was meticulous. I kept every fan off. I didn't run my laundry. I skipped my shower, and I did everything in my power to keep my home as quiet as possible, to maintain the ability to transcribe every word being said. From the old woman next to me, 8:15 a.m. "Oh, Tom, be quiet. I fed you already." From upstairs, 8:17 a.m. Claire on the phone. "Yes, he left for work. No, it'll just be me here until he comes home for lunch." 12:32, upstairs again. "Jason, I told you not to slam the front door when you come in. You scare the hell out of
I'm
me every
really
time."
good.
All throughout the day, anything that I could struggle to make out, I made note of. The next morning, I awoke earlier than usual. I had my notes and I had some time, so I showered and made my way to the middle of the apartment to listen once again. I sat eagerly waiting, checking my watch and waiting for signs of life. Then, from the apartment adjacent to mine, at exactly 8:15 in the morning, the woman began to speak. "Oh, Tom, be quiet. I fed you already." 8:17. "Yes, he left for work. No, it'll just be me here until he comes home for lunch." And more, all morning long. I listened in awestruck silence at my entire day's transcription, being reenacted word for word, minute by minute. By the time 12:32 rolled around and Claire complained about the door slamming, I was sickened to realize that on neither day nor any other had I ever actually heard the door slam shut. As if the same script was being read over and over, just muffled enough and just faint to keep me from noticing. I needed air, so I did something I hadn't done in months. I left my apartment. I struggled to wheel out into the complex's courtyard, squinting against the sunlight. The fresh air strange but refreshing against my skin. The apartment building wrapped around in a neat, uniform U-shape, with a mirroring building just across the narrow parking lot. The second and third floor balconies of each building were stacked like dull concrete shelves above my head. I looked up at the couple's unit just above mine. The small windows all had their blinds wide open, but I couldn't make out movement inside. I wheeled around to look at the unit next to mine, where the old woman lived. Blinds open, but the same. No movement inside. I realized quickly that every unit in my building and the building across the way was the same. Blinds open, no signs of life. I sat there for nearly an hour watching. Not a single shadow moved behind the windows. No doors opened. No one entered or left the
Bros
building.
in the back rooms.
A silence pressed against me as I realized that not
They're
only
just
were there no people
recorders in
visible
each
to me,
room.
there was no movement at all. No birds, no passing cars, no distant voices from other tenants. Just the wind and the faint mechanical hum of the AC units. Living in isolation will do strange things to your mind. It'll make you keep track of things that societal norms would normally remind you of, but it also makes you ignore glaring truths right under your nose. It wasn't until I sat there, utterly confused, that I suddenly realized that I had never seen my neighbors. Not once. Not leaving their doors, not in the parking lot, not on their balconies, despite hearing their voices out there almost every night. I hadn't even spoken to anyone in person when I moved in. I'd filled out all my paperwork online, and I had been driven here by a company vehicle when the movers said they brought everything over. A sick feeling crept into my stomach. I had lived here for 8 months. 8 months of hearing these same people argue, of hearing the woman behind me talk to her cats, and I had never once seen another human being in the flesh. The implication had barely begun to set in when, almost in reaction to my realization, the blinds in the apartment next to mine suddenly closed shut. They were followed only a few seconds later by those belonging to the unit upstairs, and in almost a cascade. All the open blinds for every unit in the building were closed. I moved faster than I ever had in my chair. I wheeled quickly out of the little courtyard and
You wanted
into the parking lot street.
purple.
Surely there had to be a leasing
Man, are
office
you
somewhere
colorblind?
nearby. As I reached the lot, I looked both ways and saw only rows and rows of identical buildings, the blinds on each slowly closing, the movement rippling away from me for what seemed like miles of units. I had never realized the scale of the complex. As I hustled to find any building that stuck out, I noted that I still saw absolutely nobody. Empty cars parked in lots, bicycles leaning against fences, varying patio furniture, and even children's toys left on sidewalks as though they'd be returned too shortly. All signs of life, but without any life at all to be seen. After about 20 minutes of searching for any indication of an office, I returned to my home. My arms were exhausted from moving more than I had in a long time, and I knew I couldn't keep searching forever. I made it back to my unit not long after. With the surrounding windows blocked from view by intrusive blinds, my home felt bleak, solitary among the rest of them. It didn't help that I knew that somehow I really was the only one here. I made it back inside and closed the front door behind me. Not 1 second later, as I turned to go to my room, a chime startled me, and I realized that my doorbell had been rung. I immediately turned back to reopen the door, but outside there was no one to be seen. Just my weekly grocery delivery sitting neatly on my doormat, and possibly waiting where it hadn't been only 5 seconds prior. The following days were a blur. Had there actually been anyone outside to look at my apartment, they would have seen me wildly going from window to window, peering through blinds like a tweaker waiting on a package. For about a week, all of the arguing, the meowing, and the idle conversation that had repeatedly permeated my walls went absolutely silent. Whatever was going on, it caught wind of my curiosity and stopped, as though to gather itself and prepare. And prepare it must have. Since when the sounds of human voices and interactions reappeared a week later, they'd changed. New arguments, new discussions, and even a new cat supposedly added to the bunch. The second day that the voices came back, I noticed that they were different from the day before. Conversations were new the next day as well, and the day after that. For 7 days, I almost allowed myself to believe that maybe I'd been imagining things. I even began to hear the occasional car outside, slowly creeping past. Maybe something I somehow hadn't noticed before. On the 8th day of the return of the noises, however, my heart sank. Repeated phrases, returning arguments, and interactions that I'd already hastily taken note of 1 week prior. The next day followed suit. They'd learned, but only a little bit. Whatever loop was being played for me was now a whole week's worth of audio, not just a day's worth. Even the passing cars returned exactly at the times I'd remarked the week prior. But now that I was looking for them, I could tell that they were driverless. 2 weeks had passed since I left my apartment, and a thought occurred to me. What would happen if I tried to interrupt the routine? I checked my notes from the prior 2 weeks and began to prepare a plan. The next day, the old woman would chastise her cats for ganging up on the new kitten at exactly 9:13 in 3 seconds. However, I would knock on her door at 9:13, hopefully forcing whatever charade was about to be performed for me to have to adjust. The next morning, I prepared myself. I shaved for the first time in weeks, and I made sure I looked as presentable as possible. I couldn't give them any reason or excuse not to open the door for me. I waited in front of the door for about 2 minutes, my eyes locked into my wristwatch and my ears as alert as they'd ever been. The very second my little Casio turned 9:13, I knocked as loudly as I could without sounding aggressive and was sure to stop knocking in less than the 3 seconds it would take her to start speaking.
Whoopee.
I waited with bated breath, far
Bad.
longer than I think I should have. 3 seconds felt like a minute, and by the time an actual minute rolled around, hours had gone by in my mind. I was satisfied enough with my ability to interrupt the cycle, and as I turned my chair to return back home, something spoke to me from behind the door. Who is it? 3 words. 3 new words, spoken undeniably in response to me. But whatever was speaking to me was not an old woman. I don't know if I'd even call it a human. The words felt disjointed, as though stitched together from other phrases and distorted in a rushed
Who
attempt
are
to sound coherent.
you?
I barely had time to collect my thoughts before the voice called out again. The words the same, but the cadence and tone shifted, attempting to emulate normal human speech. It sounded more natural, but it was still undeniably inhuman.
Who is it?
Who is it? I'm your neighbor from next door. Who is it? The voice called once more as, to my horror, the door cracked open. I braced myself to see something horrible waiting for me inside. Some mockery of a human being waiting to lunge at me from the darkness.
That was
But
not
darkness, inky black, and concealing was all that greeted me from behind the door. The door opened in full, and as what little sunlight that could pour inside. There was absolutely nobody inside. No movement, no sign of life, save for a voice that called out from the doorway, now in perfect form. Who is it? I peered my head inside the doorway, and as I did, I felt myself through a threshold. Icy and cold. Worse was the feeling of loneliness that seemed to inject itself into my veins. In all of my months being alone, I had never felt it quite so intensely as when I crossed through that door. As I entered the living room, only one thing about the otherwise unremarkable home stood out. A wheelchair, fallen over onto its side, lay in the middle of the floor. Couldn't see anything around it, but it was surrounded by sounds of slow, methodical chewing and the occasional tearing of flesh partnered with a hungry meow. I left immediately. After that day, the pre-written schedules changed more often and far more sporadically. Sometimes I would go days without hearing anything. Sometimes entirely new arguments would appear in days I thought I documented, and occasionally the cars that would pass would make a turn they hadn't before. Every action was hollow, though, and every voice was attached to nobody real. I knew that much for certain. I started to review my options. I hadn't seen another human being for the better part of a year by now, and I doubted that were to change unless I somehow got out of this complex. But where would I go? There was no one to come and pick me up. I hadn't opened my work laptop in weeks, and I knew no one in whatever city I was in. Did I even know where I was at? I vaguely remembered the offer after the accident and the company men coming to get me from the hospital, and my mind struggled to remember the actual order of events that led me to living there. The more I puzzled it over, the less it made sense. As far as I could piece together, I had been in the accident, and some suits had visited me in the hospital when I woke up. They explained vaguely what happened and that the company wanted to avoid legal troubles, so they passed me over the check and the new job offer, as well as the pamphlet for the apartment. I remember signing my leasing information online from the hospital, and then I remember being brought here, directly from there. Had it been that immediate? Had I been in such a daze that I didn't recognize the strangeness of the situation? My thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Not a doorbell, a knock. 3 solid knocks, echoing through my apartment. A chill ran as far down my spine as I still had feeling. And I slowly began to wheel myself towards the front door. I stopped in the kitchen to grab a knife on my way. "Who's there?" I asked, my voice reeking with panic. There was no answer for a moment, then softly and meticulously from the other side, I heard my own voice, broken and stitched together, call back to me. I'm your neighbor from next door. I flung the door open, brandishing the large steak knife out into the open air. I couldn't see anyone in front of me, but I knew that something was there. I sat, wildly swinging the knife in front of me, and the voice called again from right in front of my face. I'm your neighbor from next door. There was a shimmer in the air, a glint of sunlight, a distortion outlining a shape that was unambiguously humanoid. And it was entering the threshold of the door, slowly creeping toward me. This was my only chance. With all the strength I could muster, I hurled the knife towards the no one in my entryway. And as it passed through the glimmering shape, I knew so could I. I pushed myself towards the no one, and as I entered its form, a cold I'd only ever felt once before shot through my veins. The icy sting sought to freeze me in place, and the empty solitude that pressed in around me should have taken all the steam out of me. But I didn't let it. I could feel it now. It could be escaped. I made my way through the form, and as I looked back, it turned towards me, its non-existent unbeing making haste to attempt to swallow me up once more. I was faster than it though, and as I turned the corner of the courtyard into the street, I forced myself to ignore the burning of my arms and kept pushing myself onward. As I rolled as fast as I could, I looked at the identical buildings surrounding me. Through every blind, through every cracked door, there was nothing and no one watching me. I felt eyes, hungry and jealous, piercing me from all sides. Nobody was trying to keep me here, but I wouldn't give it the satisfaction. I caught glimpses from my peripheral vision of glimmering nothings clambering out of doors and emerging from parked cars. I felt chills run through my body once more as I must have passed through a group of them, their arms outstretched attempting to grab me. Whatever they were or weren't, I don't think they could touch me, but I could feel them. More and more of them piled out of the front doors, sprinting towards me. The air around me began to ripple as they amassed in numbers. It reminded me of waves of heat emanating from the roofs of cars under the summer sun. No one's finger clawed at me as I pushed through thousands of them. Voices crackled, warped, stitched together nonsense, surrounding me with their fractured cries. After what felt like eternity, through the shimmering crowd that wasn't there, I saw what I've been longing for, the end. I had reached the edge of the complex. It wasn't anything special as far as I could tell. No barrier or wall that would hinder my escape. I pushed myself harder and faster than my exhausted arms should have allowed, but every icy claw that passed through my blood renewed my endurance. The moment I crossed the threshold, the screams collapsed into silence. The air behind me felt full. No empty, frozen fingers, no warped voices, no nothing. I didn't dare look back though. I looked out ahead of me and had never been more relieved to see a shitty dollar general in my life. I cried sweet tears of joy when I laid eyes on a struggling jogger, fat, sweaty human. I rolled over the crosswalk and came to rest at the bus stop across the street. I finally let my aching arms rest and they collapsed to my sides. I sat for a moment, tears rolling down my cheeks and reeking of sweat and body odor. I must have looked insane even to the scraggly homeless man that sat on the bench, but I didn't care. He would never know it, but I loved him simply for being there. I eventually found my strength and warily turned my wheelchair towards the complex that had entrapped me for a year of my life. I don't think I'll ever be able to explain what I saw. Before me lay an unassuming dirt lot, not larger than a football field. Unattended construction equipment lay dormant, and a porta potty lay toppled and vandalized in the back corner. Surrounding the perimeter of the lot was a chain link fence. A land development sign stood at the perimeter, its red letters crisp and clean as if freshly posted. Beneath an artist's rendering of a sleek new building, the words, "Coming soon, Whitlam Hawthorne Research Complex." I am the sole remaining employee of an abandoned water park. The summer I got a job here, I was 17 and it was a good year. Alan Ditzworth used to work the hot dog stand and we'd sneak cigarettes under the beams of the Dragon Slayer ride, cringing and giggling as the cars went overhead, dripping water all over us, wet hands and damp cigarettes. but it was near her station, and I think she found it funny to get splashed. It was out of the way, too. It was always quiet and cool down there, even in the summer heat. If any of the ride goers smelled our cigarette smoke as they hurtled overhead, they didn't say anything. One time, when we fumbled around and flirted, I kissed her fingers and they smelled like an ashtray. I still think about it to this day. I was 22 and they offered me the winter job. Ellen was long gone by then. No more bright red short shorts and poorly shaven legs that she'd invite me to stroke under the pretense of showing just how bad she was with a razor. There were other girls, but by the time the final summer rolled around, I'd felt long uncomfortable hanging out with new hires. Sometimes I'd stand there listening to them talk, and I'd feel lonelier than I had when I was by myself. I was thinking about my future around this time when the manager told me he had an opportunity for me to make good cash. They needed someone to stick around and keep the place ticking, while everyone went back to the real world. The usual guy had walked, and they needed someone bad. The last day before the park shut for winter was always Halloween, and that was only because it had a fireworks show. After that, it turned into a ghost town, and I'd be on my own. I'd get a trailer to sleep in, and I could use my own car to get to the closest shop. The park would pay for some of my gas. Not all of it, but enough to help out. The only real problem was I'd be alone. Not that the place was a desert island. There were 2 towns within easy driving distance, and I could have friends so long as we didn't mess with the rides. But other than that, I'd be the only staff member on hand for the entire 4 months. Security guard and janitor rolled into one. I agreed, but I told them when the park reopened in March, I'd be done. I figured it was time to move on, get a degree like some of my friends have, or maybe my dad could help me out with a job somewhere. The world was wide open to me, and I figured I'd sit on my ass all winter, make a shit ton of overtime, and then go on to some new adventure where I'd meet another Ellen Ditsworth or 2. Yesterday, I turned 38, and I'm still in the park. The government signs my checks now. Couldn't tell you when that happened exactly. Probably after the media got wind of Denise Surrey, who broke in with her friends and never left. Lots of kids have gone missing here over the years, but she was the one who went mainstream. Her parents were doctors, and she had blue eyes, so she got just enough attention to get the news cameras out. When the fuss died and the media moved on to its next story, some government guys came and installed 8-foot steel palisade fences. Gave me the keys to the only gate, and scarpered real quick. It gave me a funny feeling seeing 4 men in suits, barrel-chested with pistols on their hips, climb into an unmarked vehicle and accelerate out of the parking lot so fast the back of the car fishtailed. One of them looked over his shoulder at the park, and he was so scared it was like he was looking at a mushroom cloud. I was the one who found Denise. She'd gone crawling headfirst down the Astro Missile water slide. One of those up and down kinds of slides that have you bouncing along on a paddy dinghy. Rides like that are usually open top, but this had long sections in a closed tunnel with LED lights to look like stars. The thing is, depending on your weight, some people would catch air and hit the top of those tunnels going 20 miles per hour, maybe more. We used to take turns going in there to pull out any teeth that gotten stuck on the roof. 15 years later, that tunnel mouth looked like something out of a nightmare. Fairy moss covering the opening. Darkness inside heavier than the night around it. Bone dry and with no obvious way to safety. Denise died of thirst. I think she was in there for 6 days, crawling around in the pitch black, looking for an exit that should never have been more than 100 feet away. There were signs something was wrong with this place, back when it was still open. I just didn't register them. There were the injuries and accidents that are common in every water park, but we had a couple hundred serious ones every year. Usually one a day. Tried to mitigate it with safety measures, but half the time they didn't work. Radios would bug out when you try sending a warning. Repair guys would get lost, calling up angry, saying the road just kept going right forever and they'd had enough of this shit. Out of order signs would go missing. Sometimes kid would insist some staff member had waved them through on a closed attraction. They'd be so adamant I started to believe them. I think the manager did too. He made it policy to have name tags on us at all times, and the kid said whoever gave them the go-ahead didn't have one on, he'd tell us all to forget it. Like, it wasn't even worth trying to figure out who needed a disciplinary. I had it happen once where I radioed to the guy at the top of one slide and told him to stop any kids coming down. The last one had come out bleeding and looking unresponsive, and I wanted to check on him. I I remember pulling him out of the water and looking at this boy, all slack and pale as a sheet of paper with blue lips. So cold, it hurt just to hold him, and I wondered if I was holding someone dead when, out of nowhere, another kid slammed into me so hard I went under. It scared me shitless, because for a second or two, it was like I couldn't see the surface of the pool. Almost like there wasn't one. Just blue forever and ever. Before I could start to panic, my feet found the floor, and I surfaced only to see the kid I'd been holding seconds ago, standing there looking worried. He was the picture of good health. Asked if I was okay. Said sorry for hitting me when he came out the slide, but really it was my own dumbass fault for standing there in the first place. The guy at the top swore on his life he'd never gotten any radio message from me. I put it all down to the head injury, which was bad enough the owner made someone drive me to the emergency room. Looking back, I'm pretty sure it was the park having its fun with me. Could have been worse. You could say it likes to play tricks, but those tricks are mean as hell, and over the years, they've only gotten worse. Despite all I've told you so far, the first winter alone wasn't as bad as you might think. Creepy as hell walking around all those rides that were usually so busy and full of life. Tarpaulins pulled across all those pools, big and small, moving with gentle susurrations in the icy winds. It wasn't great in the day, overcast and dreary, the air seemingly blue, but at night it was even worse. I made those rounds quickly, stopping sometimes to summon what little bravery I had to shine a light in the pitch black toilets or to check one of the changing stalls dotted around the place. Things went missing a lot, moved around. Once, one of the rides came to life at 3 a.m. and I woke to the sound of tinny music echoing throughout the park. But winter came and went without any real incident. On the first day the park reopened, I went to see the manager and slipped in some water. I broke my left arm and did a number on my back. Owner was so scared of being sued, he threw money at me. He told me he'd cover the medical bills, sit me up in my trailer, and pay me to do nothing. Nothing. What was I going to do? I had arranged to start another job on a construction site in a few weeks, and there was no hope of me doing that kind of work with my injuries. I needed money and had no other way of making it. I agreed to stick around until I felt better, but unfortunately, I never felt better. Winter soon rolled around again, and the same deal as last time was back on the table. He needed someone on site, and I needed money. I took it, thinking another few months in the park wasn't so bad. I was wrong. The second time around was a lot worse. Part of it was me, 23 years old and with a bad back, drinking most nights and struggling with the prescription painkillers. I spent most days haunted by the strange feeling that my life's honeymoon phase was over. Hardly any friends accepted my invite to come spend a couple of weeks, and those that did weren't around long. Couldn't tell you if that was just us growing apart as friends often do, or the park's strange influence. Dave came around with his girlfriend for a couple of nights. She grouched the whole time. I ended up in a tent while they took the trailer. Didn't love that arrangement, but whatever. She didn't like the park either. Kept saying she felt like something was watching her. Trip was cut short when we found her screaming one morning. She was pointing at one of the slides, saying something had come out of it and was in the pool swimming around. But when we looked, we didn't see anything. She did have a hell of a bite on her ankle, though. Funny shape to it. Dave looked at it and got really freaked out. They left in a hurry. Another car's tire screeching as it hauled ass out of here at top speeds. Never did figure out what happened, but if she didn't like the park, well, I guess it didn't like her either. Not that I was much safer. I found myself getting cut up like crazy, doing basic odd jobs. Things broke all the time, even if they'd been fine for years and years. And then one night, I came into my trailer to find a drowned possum on the little kitchen table. Poor thing was soaked in chlorine water that dripped onto the floor in a puddle. No marks going to it or from it. Like, it just happened there out of thin air. It stank like hell, though. It had clearly been dead for days and days. I gingerly dropped it into a garbage bag, using a pair of tongs, and threw the lot in the dumpster. But I still couldn't spend more than a few seconds in the trailer without gagging, so I slept in the tent instead. I pitched it as close as I could without picking up that smell, but I had a bad feeling the whole time I set it up, like I was being watched. By the time I was climbing inside, it was midnight, and I was desperate to get to sleep and see the cold night turn to day. Barely an hour later, I had to climb back out of the tent because the trailer door was banging in the wind. Okay, I told myself as I shuffled over in my tidy whities, arms wrapped around my chest for warmth. That's my own stupid fault for leaving it open. I closed it in a hurry and went back to the tent, but stopped dead in my tracks when I saw the zipper was pulled shut. I hadn't left it like that. I didn't know what to do. My brain went in two directions at the same time. One said I was mistaken. I had closed the tent and just forgotten it. The other said something, or someone had crawled inside and was waiting for me. It set the whole thing up as a trap, and the best thing to do was to get in my car and drive until the sun rose. But I was already half cut and knew I shouldn't be driving. The skeptical half of my brain made an appealing case. The world isn't a nightmare, it said. It can look like one sometimes, but it isn't real. If you hear a bump in the night, you go looking and find it was all nothing. And you take a deep breath, laugh at yourself for getting scared, and move on. Still, it took everything I had just to take a few steps toward that tent. And I shone my light at it, hoping to see some sign of something in there. By the time my hand was on the zipper, I was shaking like a leaf and rethinking my ethical code of not driving drunk. But when emotions get that high, it's like you run on autopilot. Must be a survival thing. I opened the flap without really telling myself to, that I was looking inside my tent, and there was nothing there. I crawled inside as quick as I could, pulled the zipper back the other way, and tried to go to sleep. I settled down for maybe another 30 minutes when something's hand pressed against the tent wall. And that was when I started screaming. The way it came at me, palm open, fingers spread, tent fabric stretching to near breaking point. Long fingers that tapered to a point, almost razor sharp, and a palm not much larger than a golf ball, even if the fingers spanned a dinner plate. In the nightmare reality of the moment, I saw it the way I might see a spider, equal parts disgust and terror. I had to get away, and I backed up so fast I wound up rolling the whole tent like a hamster ball. Lost the zipper in the panic. Didn't find it again until the last scream finally left my lips, and I was forced to catch my breath in the silence of an empty night, accepting that whatever was out there was either laughing its ass off at me or waiting patiently. Either way, I was at its mercy. The only thing I could do was collect myself and leave the damn tent. When I finally climbed free, there was nobody waiting for me. Only a couple of wet footprints going to the nearest pool. I considered pulling the tarpaulin back and looking, but I was already scared shitless and had no courage remaining. Instead, I ran into the trailer, slammed the door shut, barricaded it with every last piece of furniture that wasn't bolted to the floor, and fell asleep with the smell of rotten meat filling my lungs. Come morning, I was thankful for the sunlight and the feeling that last night's events were just a dream. After that, I locked my trailer door every night, and I never slept in that tent again. No more possums, but it isn't uncommon for me to find scratches and dents in my door each morning. Nothing serious, but it looks to me like the probing of a curious animal. A couple of days later, something locked me in the boys' bathroom near the east end of the park. I'd only gone in because one of the faucets was running. I just turned it off when the door slammed shut, and I couldn't get it open again. I had to kick the lock out, which isn't an easy thing to do. First kick, I nearly broke my ankle. The second time hurt just as bad, and I had to take a breather to cope with the pain. I found myself pacing and occasionally stopping to listen for any sign of someone waiting for me outside. Somebody I could shout at, blame it all on. Anything to keep the anger churning and not let it turn to fear. It was a full hour before I got panicked enough to give it my all and finally broke the lock. Burst into the cold air, all red-faced and flustered, and found the park silent as a graveyard. Just those tarpaulins waving gently in the breeze. I learned some important lessons that winter. If you feel washed or feel like you're walking into a situation someone plans, it's because you are. When the park reopened, I was out of there without a moment's hesitation. I finally got that job on a construction site, and it lasted all of 3 weeks before I hurt my back again. I spent the rest of summer laid up on my dad's sofa, drinking and watching daytime TV. I got a call from the manager around August, and he told me it had been a bad summer. Not only had the cops been sniffing around like crazy because some poor kid went missing in the area, but they'd had twice as many injuries as before. He said he just spent the day in court hearing testimony from the parents of some kid who'd never walk or feed himself again after he hit his head on one of the rides. He sounded pretty beat up about it. He wasn't the best boss, but it wasn't like we worked for Mr. Burns either. The poor guy was out of his depth. Anyway, part of the court settlement was he had to have staff members on site 24/7. I'd done it twice before, and he was desperately in need of someone who knew the job. I nearly said no, but he told me it was me or some 17-year-old lifeguard who'd shown interest in the job, and I didn't like the thought of that. God help me, I accepted, and when I went back that third time, I took a gun. This time, I trusted my instincts. If I walked past a changing stall and heard the shower running, I'd let it run. An hour later, it'd be turned off again. If I saw someone had left the lights on in the staff room, I'd let them stay on until morning when I could deal with it in the comfort of daylight. Flushing toilets, wet footprints, open doors. I learned to stop sweating the little things, and 9 times out of 10, they went away on their own. Pretty soon, I found myself laughing at them.
Gosh,
A big fat wallet sitting in the middle of a solitary lounger that had been dragged into the moonlight.
Oh, okay.
A phone ringing from somewhere in the depths of a maintenance hatch.
Yeah.
Those kinds of crude tricks weren't going to work on me, I decided. I thought I had it all figured out, and there was nothing left for that place to show me. And in the park ate a drifter. Or something did anyway. Did it right in front of me, too. I'd found the guy sleeping in one of the brick and mortar bathrooms. We have to keep those things warm enough to stop the pipes from bursting, so I guess they make decent enough shelter. He was an agitated old fuck. Called me all sorts as I told him to clear off. He didn't make for the main exit, though. It wasn't like he parked a car in the lot, was it? Instead, he just made a beeline for the nearby hills. No fences in that part of the park back then, only open fields moving into woodland.
Oh, you're
His plan was just to walk into the wilderness in the middle of winter, and I wondered if I was actually marching some guy to a cold death. I remember looking at his shoes and seeing the backs of his heels exposed, and I realized I couldn't let him do that.
Sorry.
Snow was due to fall that night, and I knew it was going to get real bad out there. Hey, I cried out while slowing to a stop. Look, man, it's late, I'm sure. My words died out. I didn't really know what to say when he turned to face me. He was angry and tired, and I knew he wasn't ever really going to be thankful for some randomer's charity. That didn't mean I shouldn't try. For a moment, the only sound was the tarpaulin of the large pool to our right. I was just about to cough up some more words when his feet went sideways. His body rotated around his center of mass, and the next part of him, to touch solid ground, wasn't his head. It made a noise that makes my teeth ache just to think about. A percussive, almost musical note that really shouldn't be made by a human skull. The blood that sprayed across the tiles reminded me of when I go paintballing with my friends. I remember looking down at it and noticing a couple of loose teeth.
Everything is fake.
Strange feeling.
Nothing's real.
For a few
Everything's
seconds,
fake.
everything turned to a kind of white noise as ancient instincts rooted me to the spot with fear. Paralyzed me. A million thoughts went through my head. The guy was dead. Something had taken him. The blood used to be inside of him. I have blood inside of me. Does my blood look like that? These thoughts were like the sparks that fly off a loose electrical wire, but I was stuck, mired in them until the whistling in my ears faded and I heard something being dragged across the floor. The guy hadn't even gone that far. He'd flown about 8 feet and landed just on the edge of the pool. His legs were in the water, hidden behind the tarpaulin, and only his top half was on dry land. His head was a ruin of blood and matted hair, but he still managed to look at me for just a moment before he slid the rest of the way below the water with a quiet splunk. The realization he was alive kicked my ass into gear, and I ran over to the circuit box and hit the button that pulls back the pool cover. The machine ran loud as it drew the heavy blue sheet back across the water. It felt like eternity waiting for it. When it was finally over, I could look down to the water and see clearly there was nobody there. Not even a cloud of blood polluting the pool. Nothing. I felt like I was going insane, and I even looked over and double-checked that the guy's plastic bag was still where he dropped it, just so I could be sure I hadn't made the entire thing up. I really didn't know what to do. The only thing in that water was a couple of leaves that had made it in there over the fall, but that was it. And then I saw it. I can't explain it easily. It was a sudden overlap of realities, a bit like the hollow cube illusion, where it can be two things at once. Without ever taking my eyes off it, that pool became every deep body of water I'd ever seen. All of them, all at once. It was every calm and glassy ocean surface with rays of diffused light leading into unseen depths. Every lake with murky kelp fingers reaching up out of the dark, and every flooded basement with black and brackish water. I could smell the stagnant water, could feel the breeze you get standing on the coast, and taste the salt. All of it at once. and something moved in those infinite waters, and it was big. It was like the first time I saw the Grand Canyon, big. Like when you get on a plane and see the ground pull away so quickly it loses perspective. Whatever was down there was coming right at me, and I'm not ashamed to say I pissed my pants. An ocean full of stars was down there, and the thing swimming towards me had a body that obscured entire nebulae.
Another kid.
I felt vertigo come over me, and I backed away, and I slipped in the blood. And then I woke up a few hours later and started screaming. I had to clean up in the morning, and I had to pull the tarpaulin back across. The machine only goes one way, so I had to do it with a pool stick, and it made me feel sick just to go near it. Every time I got close, I started to feel dizzy again. When I finally mustered the courage to look, there was the same old pool it always been, but I'd never shake the feeling I had when I was looking down in it and saw teeth like tectonic plates. When summer rolled back around, I saw a bunch of kids in that pool and had to go be sick in a bush. The thought of them sharing space with that thing. Man. After that, I felt like I belonged to the park, weird as it sounds. The manager didn't have to fight with me to get me to stick around for a 4th month, or a 5th or 6th. The rest of the world didn't feel so real to me anymore. Sitting and eating dinner with my father while he lectured me on my prospects. Getting a beer with an old friend who was passing through. I felt like I'd gone into fucking space and seen the world was flat. And now I had just to come back on the earth and pretend like I cared about whether my soda was dyed or not. Not long after that, the park had its last ever summer. It had gone too far by that point. The government was looking to close it all down on the account of the accidents, and the manager was down at the station every other day for questioning. 4 kids went missing that year alone. I found one of them folded up inside a pool filter, but didn't report it on account of not wanting the attention. The rest I don't know about. I was told I'd be paid another month or so after closure until a demolition crew came in, but no one ever arrived. Just me, this place, and a back that's getting worse with each new winter. I don't patrol at night anymore. Little by little, the park has become something unfamiliar to me. Grass growing up between old tiles, pool water the color of cut grass, and engine oil. Even in the day, you can see things moving around down here.
I'm the
And
only
the smell
one
of
in
chlorine
here?
no longer fills the air. Now it's the heavy stench of rotten algae and dead water. And sometimes the tang of the salty ocean that I've learned to avoid like the plague. Makes me see stars in the corner of my
That's
vision, and I don't
horrifying.
like it. My dreams are bad enough. Drowning in the dark, something huge bearing down on me. I've woken up more than a few times and vomited up salt water. I can't bring myself to think about what any of it means because I just don't want to know. The last time I went in the park after dark, I had a close call. Worst of my life. I've been thinking about leaving ever since, but I worry there's not much else out there for me at this stage. That, and I kind of feel guilty I didn't save all those kids with the cameras. Urban explorers, they call themselves. And I say kids, but really they were college students who recorded videos for something called TikTok. Anyway, they came prepared. They scouted the park, even scouting me, working out my routine and where my trailer is so they could avoid my general line of sight.
My song.
I had no clue they'd watch me for a whole day.
What's wrong?
Once they figured I was passed out or
What's wrong,
asleep, they
baby?
drove their van as close to the fence as they could, climbed to the top, and hopped on over. For about an hour, they got what they
Are you
wanted.
hungry?
I've watched the footage 100
Yeah?
times. Broken down toilets covered in
want
graffiti, smashed windows and broken glass covering the floor, old
Oh.
pools full of ancient water covered in thick, brackish scum.
There you go.
You can hear the glee in their voices. That kind of urban decay was their bread and butter, and they were good at it too. They stayed quiet, didn't shout or break anything. They just filmed. It wasn't until they decided to try rowing out to the castle that things took a turn. I came too
I
late.
need my tissues.
What got me out of bed was a scream. Maybe a few of them. It was blurry, and I came to around 3 a.m. and was still a little tipsy, my head foaming at the edges with a half-remembered dream of a hollow world filled with water. As soon as I saw the van, I realized someone had gotten inside the park, and I hadn't just been dreaming the sounds of splashing water and panicked. But by
I
the time I went in there
know.
myself, the place was
I
silent.
know. Give me a
I
second.
really didn't want to search for it at night. I hadn't gone in there after
Are you
dark
from
for a few
Putty?
years, and things had only gotten worse. It set something off inside me. A kind of spiritual Geiger counter is how I think of it. An intense primordial
know.
warning system that made the shadows around me look almost infinitely
Ma.
deep. More than that, I guess. It felt
Ma.
alien. It sounds stupid, but it really did feel like I wasn't on the same planet anymore. I don't know.
What?
That part might just be all in my head,
My
but
baby.
that's how I felt that night. I'd pushed myself just about as far as I was willing to go when I heard it. A rhythmic hollow knocking. It was coming from one of the largest pools in the park. A shallow, kid-friendly one we called the castle because it had a giant jungle gym in the center. A kind of spaghetti mess of platforms and climbing bars and slides that the kids loved. I followed the sound and saw a pile of rucksacks and even a large camera on the very edge of the pool.
Open
And
your
there, just a couple of
eyes.
meters away, was a rowboat.
Hi.
The idiots had brought it with them.
Was that a
They probably thought they
sneeze?
were being smart by avoiding the water below. At least, they tied it off so it was easy for me to pull back in. I gave it a cursory inspection, shivering at the mere thought of floating across that nightmare water in something so flimsy, and was ready to leave it until the morning.
Well, you don't
when I heard
like
a quiet
the
splashing.
syringe, so I
Something
have
had
to
climbed
use-
out of the water, and
Oh,
my
no,
heart
you don't like
dropped
the
as
bottle.
I instinctively flicked the torchlight towards the sound of dripping water and saw a thin, shivering shape climb onto the lowest steps of the castle. It looked gray and sickly,
You want
and
it?
then it started whimpering. I realized I was looking at a girl, college-aged, with stringy hair
No, you
and an
gotta.
outfit that might have been colorful before she'd
gotta.
gone in the
You
water,
got to.
but now it was just the color of
Yeah.
ash and moss.
No, you
At a
have
glance,
to.
she
You
almost
have
didn't look human
to.
anymore. She looked
You
more
have
like a
to.
starving animal, shell-shocked
Open.
and shaking.
Open.
I shouted out to her, but it was as if she couldn't hear
Look
me.
what you made me do.
She dragged herself onto a dry
Yeah.
platform and curled up in a ball in the far corner, knees pulled to her
What
chest
the heck?
and wide eyes locked in a 1,000-yard stare. And something was in that water. It came close to the surface, displacing small branches and causing the thick pond scum to bulge but never break. From the looks of things, it was circling the castle, and in some parts where the algae wasn't so thick, I got the faintest glimpse of colorless scales, the size of my hands, and a thick muscular trunk. Sometimes it seemed to bump up against the
Hey, little
castle,
girl.
like it knew the girl was nearby, but it didn't know how to get to her. The whole thing
She's
shook,
complaining 'cause
and
she
she'd
doesn't
whimper
wanna
extra
eat.
loud, but she still didn't show any signs of becoming lucid. I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about leaving her until morning. She was unresponsive and looked like she was just going to stay in the same place. Wouldn't it be better to just get her when the sun was up?
Too
I thought.
much?
But that was a pretty fucked up thing to think.
Take it easy.
She wasn't safe there. I
Take
wasn't
it
safe just
easy.
standing inside of the water, and she was on some old piece
Let
of
it go
plastic held
down.
together with rusting bolts.
Take it easy.
What if it collapsed?
Stop it.
What if something came out of
You're
the water?
okay. It's
God only
just
knows it could
food.
happen.
What?
Something had touched my tent all those years ago. Who's to say I wouldn't walk on out to take her? At some point, I made the decision.
Okay, why
I don't know exactly what did it, but I think it was the sound she was making. That and the knowledge she'd been in there. God knows what she'd seen. I had to have sympathy.
You're okay.
She needed help, and I was the only one around who
Yeah.
could give it.
I'll put you down for now.
So, once something deep inside me clicked, I knew I had to move quickly before the fear
I
started
was
to mess
trying to
with my
squeeze
head.
the bottle so she could get
I
milk
grabbed the
out of
rope and
it.
began to pull the boat towards
I
me.
ended up squirting it
I wasn't sure
all
what
over
would
my
happen.
floor.
Half expected something to breach
Like
the
it
water like a
shot
hungry
out.
shark and swallow the boat whole. But instead,
You
whatever
ever go
was circling the
potty?
castle
Is
just
that
slunk
why
into
you
the
were
depths
complaining?
and stayed out of sight. Somehow, that was even worse,
Wow,
and I
just
found
walk on your
myself scanning the
sister.
water
So
obsessively
nice.
as I worked up the courage to get into the boat. I tried to keep the momentum, though. I didn't let myself start thinking or doubting myself. I just climbed in awkwardly, one
Oh
foot
my
at
God,
a
I grabbed
time,
tissues.
damn near shitting myself when the whole thing wobbled, and I briefly felt like I was going to lose my balance. But I managed it, and soon I was sitting down and using the oars to pull myself through the water. As I rowed, my brain moved along in different directions. Part of me was almost watching myself, like from above, and asking over and over, "What the heck are you doing?" While another watched that water for the slightest sign of life. A third part of my brain was watching me for signs I was going to crumble from the adrenaline and ice-cold fear coursing through my veins. Each time the oars broke the water, I kept waiting to see something coming after me, and I was about halfway there when I realized that if it wasn't big enough, it could just bowl the whole boat over like a shark, knocking a surfer off his board. It was too far to turn back when I saw the water rise in the distance. Again, it didn't break the surface, but it came close and sent a couple of waves rolling across the entire pool, where they lapped against the distant edge. They made the whole boat rock side to side like it was just a bit of driftwood. When the bulge in the water appeared again, it was on the other side of the boat, and I made the terrible decision to stop rowing and look over the edge. There was no bottom to the pool, but whatever was down there wasn't swallowing continents anytime soon, at least. Hard to pin the size down, but based on the steely blue fins that slid by close beneath me, that didn't really matter. It could eat me easily enough, and that was all that mattered. Hell, I wasn't even sure if it was a fish or a squid or something else entirely, but I was pretty sure it still had a mouth somewhere in that murk. It gave the boat a gentle knock. Nothing serious, not enough to roll it, but enough to let me know it was interested in me. I decided I couldn't just stay there floating in one place forever. I had to move. I grabbed the oars and threw all caution to the wind. The sooner I got off that water, the better. Sure, I'd have to figure out how to get back, but that was a problem for later. Right there and then, all that mattered was the rising terror and disgust that took all my strength to keep from bubbling up into full-blown panic. As soon as the boat began to move, the creature slid out of view again. I didn't know if I ought to be relieved or even more afraid, but I took advantage of the lull in its activity to close the distance, and once close enough, I pulled the boat over to the same steps the girl had climbed. Once there, I secured it with a bit of the rope and hopped onto the first step, cringing at the way the ice-cold water felt slick and slimy against my ankles. The girl flinched at my touch, but she didn't scream or pull away. I told her it'd be okay, or something like that. I tried my best to sound reassuring. I tried to let her know I was going to get her somewhere safe. I managed to pull her to her feet when she finally turned and looked right past me.
Got on my shirt.
I barely existed to her at that moment. She only had eyes for the water behind me. Something about the look on her face gave me pause, though. She wasn't scanning for danger. She was looking right at something. And right before I had a chance to look for myself, she started screaming.
Ooh.
When I saw it, I wanted to scream too. I'd never seen anything like it, or since. A head like seaweed,
Hold on.
a face like a scallop. It watched us with an almost
Yeah.
casual interest that frightened me more than any predatory scowl. The look of a child about to pull a spider's legs off.
Hold on, baby.
The thought of it still makes my skin crawl. It was so still, so alien. I couldn't help but pause and wonder if I was looking at something real or if it was just bad special effects. And yet, the moment stretched on until something in that unknowable mind made a decision and the creature disappeared back beneath the water. I made a decision too, and I dragged the young woman to the nearby boat, where she started to fight me the moment she saw it. Can't say I blame her. The last time she was on it, she'd nearly died, but there was no third option. It was stay and die or take our chances getting to safety. Unfortunately, we had barely gotten within a meter of the thing when the whole boat was blown sky high with tremendous force. I stood there dumbstruck, the girl crying and water falling from the sky like a momentary rainstorm. When the boat finally returned to Earth, it was a couple 100 meters away and hit dry land with a great crash. My stomach sank. How the heck were we going to get off the castle now? Not a moment later, and the entire structure began to shake. By now, the girl was close to hysterics, and I wasn't far behind. I took her hand and began to look for some high ground, as that thing began to shake and batter the flimsy plastic supports that held the platform up. We were forced to climb up towards the plastic roof of the tallest tower, which wasn't exactly all that high up, but it was the best we could do. The bars leading to it weren't easy to navigate, and at one point, I slipped and fell backwards, striking my chin painfully and looking up to see the girl going ahead without me. For a moment, I nearly gave up, but then there was the sound of something snapping, and the entire castle began to slide on one side. I looked down and saw black water rising up to meet me. The thought of sinking into that filth ignited something inside me, and I scrambled up the last few rungs and perched on top of the smooth plastic cover of the castle's highest turret. It was barely large enough for us both to sit on, but it was all we had. Looking back, I can't help but laugh. I make it sound like a great tower, but it was barely 12 feet off the ground. As soon as I was up there looking down, water quickly bubbling towards us, I realized just how badly we were screwed. We delayed our inevitable death by mere seconds at most.
God darn it.
By the time the bright red piece of plastic we clung to hit the water, the castle had broken apart, so all its little pieces were floating in different directions. Ours was the last to go in, and it went down beneath our collective weight until the water reached our waists. Then it came back up, buoyant and hollow. It was no boat, but it came damn close. Paddle, I cried at the girl, and she did. And we pulled ourselves through the water to the nearest edge.
Did you get
Pretty
wet?
soon the makeshift raft
I'm so
bumped up
sorry.
against the tiled wall, and and we were dragging ourselves up onto dry lands where she rolled onto her back. I continued to crawl for another few meters until I felt like I was far enough away from the water.
I'm getting there.
Only once I felt safe did I let myself collapse and lie
Hold on,
crying
your
and
sister
laughing
needed
for what
cleaned
felt like
off.
hours. But the girl
You
only
made a mess
cried.
out of me.
At first a whimper, then a sob, and then a
Come here.
howl. A painful, gut-wrenching scream that made my own joy wilt until I could do nothing except listen to the raw grief in her voice. When I sat up to see if she was okay,
Yeah, there you go.
she was sitting upright and staring at the thing that was rising out of the water. Again, no malice. Not really. At least I don't think so. It'd be like looking for a recognizable expression on an oyster. But it did watch us calmly as
No.
it ate what I can only assume was one of her friends. A man, I think. It's hard to remember
you
details.
Can't come out right
He didn't
now.
cry, but he did look at us for help that we couldn't give. I'm not sure I could even tell you how it ate him, but it looked painful and slow. Reminiscent of a starfish, I think. At some point, the girl passed out, and not long after, so did I. I doubt she ever made a full recovery. The only thing she managed to say, even hours
Are you
later
done?
after paramedics had sedated her, and I'd
There you
finished
go.
giving my less than truthful statement to police, were the words, the stars, over and over. I think a lot about how changed I was when I first looked down
Hey,
into that
no, you
water
can't
and
come
saw
out.
the abyss below. But that poor girl was actually in it. She'd swum in those water,
on.
submerged.
Oh my gosh.
I don't even know how she
You
came back from an
too.
ocean that doesn't have a surface, but she
I
did.
swear.
And somehow, I don't think she'll ever
Trouble.
be the same. But it's
Trouble.
got me thinking about
Trouble,
myself,
trouble.
about what I've lost to it. Jeez, I'll
You
be 40
ready?
before I know it, and what then? Just going to wait here forever and ever? There's a number on the back of my paychecks, and I want to try calling it to find out more. Like, what would they do if I tried going somewhere else? Would they let me? Because it's gone. Days of Ellen Ditzworth are gone. The days of a good back and strong legs are gone. The person I was before I saw that drifter die is gone. Yesterday is gone. The past is a shared hallucination. Only the present is real. I need to get out of
Where
here
is the
before I lose more of myself.
Is that what you're
I'm never going to understand this place. I realize that now. I can only accept that it exists and try to move on, which I should have done the day I saw those stars. Because there is an abyss, and it doesn't flow through time like we do. It doesn't occupy space like we do. But it's there and is full of gods the way a koi pond is full of fish, and I'm worried the more I think about it, the worse the part gets,
Too much?
and the closer I get to falling
Okay.
into waters that have no up or down and which never end. In my dreams, I am choking the acidic bile of a creature that swallowed me whole.
Okay.
I'm worried that if I stay here much longer, I'll forget how to
Here you
wake
go,
up.
buddy. Yeah? Potty time. Potty time.
I'm a long-haul trucker. I stopped for a lost kid on a deserted highway in the dead of night. What I saw attached to him, and the question he asked is, why I don't drive anymore. This happened a few years back. I was doing long haul, mostly cross-country routes. The kind that take you through the vast stretches of nothing. You know the ones where the radio turns to static for hours and the only sign of life is the occasional pair of headlights going the other way, miles apart. I was young, eager for the miles and the money, didn't mind the
Are you
solitude,
done?
or so I thought. The route I was on took me across a long, desolate stretch of highway that ran between the borders of two large governmental territories. I don't want to say exactly where, but think big empty spaces, lots of trees and not much else. It was notorious among drivers
I
for
feel
being a
like you
dead
have
zone.
more.
No signal,
Don't
no
you
towns
wag
for
your
100
tail
miles
at
on
me,
either
little boy.
side, and prone to weird weather. Most guys try to hit it during daylight, but schedules are schedules. Mine had me crossing it deep into the night. I remember the feeling, utter blackness outside, the sweep of my headlights. The kind of dark that feels like it's pressing in on the cab. The only sounds were the drone of the diesel engine, the hiss of the air brakes now and then, and the rhythmic thrum of the tires on asphalt. Hypnotic. Too hypnotic. I'd been driving for about 10 hours with a short break a few states
Are you
back.
done?
The coffee was wearing off. The dashboard lights were a dull green glow, comforting in a way, but also making the darkness outside seem even more absolute.
You want to eat now?
My eyelids felt like they had lead weights attached. You fight it, you know? Slap your face, roll down the window for a blast of cold air, and crank up whatever music you can find that hasn't dissolved into static. I was doing all of that. It must have been around 2 or 3 a.m. I was in that weird state where you're not quite asleep but not fully awake either. Like your brain is running on low power mode. The white lines on the road were starting to blur together, stretching and warping. Standard fatigue stuff. I remember blinking hard, trying to refocus. That's when I saw it, or thought I saw it. Just a flicker at the edge of my headlights on the right shoulder of the road. Small, low to the ground. For a split second, I registered a shape, vaguely human-like, and then it was gone, swallowed by the darkness as I passed. My first thought, deer or a coyote? Common enough, but it hadn't moved like an animal. It had been upright. My brain, sluggish as it was, tried to process it. Too small for an adult, too still for an animal startled by a rig. Then the logical part, the part that was still trying to keep me safe on the road, chimed in. You're tired, seeing things. It happens. And I almost accepted that. I really did. I shook my head and took a swig of lukewarm water from the bottle beside me, kept my eyes glued to the road ahead. The image, though, kind of stuck. A small, upright shape, like a child. No way, I told myself. Out here, middle of nowhere, middle of the night, impossible. Kids don't just wander around on international highways at 3 a.m. It had to be a trick of the light, a bush, or my eyes playing games. I've seen weirder things born of exhaustion. Shadows that dance, trees that look like figures. It's part of the job when you're pushing limits. I drove on for maybe another 30 seconds. The image fading, my rational mind starting to win. Just a figment. Then I glanced at my passenger side mirror. Habit, always checking. And my blood went cold. Not just cold, it felt like it turned to slush. There, illuminated faintly by the red glow of my trailer lights, receding into the distance, was the reflection of a small figure, standing on the shoulder of the road. Exactly where I thought I'd seen something. It wasn't a bush, it wasn't a shadow. It was small, and it was definitely standing there, unmoving, as my truck pulled further and further away. My heart started hammering against my ribs. This wasn't fatigue, this was real. There was someone, something back there, and it looked tiny. Every instinct screamed at me. Danger. Wrong. Keep going. But another voice, the one that makes us human, I suppose, whispered something else. A kid? Alone out here? What if they're hurt or lost? I fought with myself for a few seconds that stretched into eternity. The image in the mirror was getting smaller, fainter. If I didn't act now, they'd be lost to the darkness again. God, the thought of leaving a child out there, if that's what it was. Against my better judgment, against that primal urge to just floor it, I made a decision. I slowed the rig, the air brakes hissing like angry snakes, pulled over to the shoulder, the truck groaning in protest. I put on my hazards, their rhythmic flashing cutting into the oppressive blackness. Then I did what you're never supposed to do with a full trailer on a narrow shoulder. I started to reverse, slowly, carefully. My eyes flicking between the mirrors, trying to keep the trailer straight, trying to relocate that tiny figure. The crunch of gravel under the tires sounded unnaturally loud. It took a minute, maybe two, but it felt like an hour. The red glow of my taillights eventually washed over the spot again, and there it was, a kid. I stopped the truck so my cab was roughly alongside them, maybe 10 feet away. Switched on the high beams, hoping to get a better look, and also to make myself clearly visible as just a truck, not something else. The kid was small, really small. I'd guess maybe 6 or 7 years old. Hard to tell in the glare. They were just standing there on the very edge of the gravel shoulder, right where the trees began. The woods pressed in close on this stretch of road, tall dark pines, and dense undergrowth that looked like a solid black wall just beyond the reach of my lights. The kid wasn't looking at me. They were facing sort of parallel to the road, just walking, slowly, like they were on a stroll, completely oblivious to the massive 18-wheeler that had just pulled up beside them, engine rumbling, lights blazing. They were wearing what looked like pajamas, thin, light-colored pajamas. In the chill of the night, no coat, no shoes that I could see. My mind reeled. This was wrong. So many levels of wrong. I killed the engine. The sudden silence was almost deafening, amplifying the crickets and the rustle of leaves in the woods from a breeze I couldn't feel in the cab. My heart was still thumping. a weird mix of fear and adrenaline, and a
Oh,
dawning
yeah,
sense of
Paul.
responsibility. I rolled down the window. The night air hit me, cold and damp, carrying the scent of pine and wet earth. Hey, I called out.
It's your house next
My
to
voice sounded
mine.
hoarse,
Blah.
too loud on the quiet.
Oh my
Hey,
god!
kid.
That's terrible.
No response. He just kept walking,
Get away from
one small
me.
bare foot in front of the other, at a pace that was
My
taking them absolutely nowhere
God.
fast.
Their
head was down slightly. I couldn't see their face properly. Kid, are you okay? I tried again, louder this time. Slowly, so slowly, the kid
Why do you have
stopped.
double head?
They didn't turn their head fully, just sort of angled
You
it
got
a
the
fraction.
kittens going.
Enough that I
Where
could
you
see a pale
going?
sliver of cheek in the spill of my headlights. Still not looking at me. Still ignoring the multi-ton machine idling beside them. A prickle of
He's like,
unease
"You
ran down
want
my
it?"
spine.
Hmm?
Not the normal kind of unease. This was
Get
deeper,
Get
colder.
off of me.
Animals act weird sometimes, but kids. A lost kid should be scared,
Here.
relieved, or something. This one was
20
nothing.
bucks. No.
What are you doing
Stay
out here
away
all
from
alone?
me.
I asked, trying to keep my voice calm and friendly,
Why are you
like you're supposed to
looking
with a
at me
scared
like
kid.
that?
Even though this one didn't seem scared at all. It's the middle of the night. Silence. Just the sound of their bare feet scuffing softly on the gravel as they took another step, then another, as if my presence was a minor inconvenience, a background noise they were choosing to ignore. This wasn't right. My internal alarm bells were clanging louder now. My hand hovered near the gear stick. Part of me wanted to slam it into drive and get the hell out of there, but the image of this tiny child, alone, possibly in shock, I couldn't just leave, could I? Where are your parents? I pushed, my voice a bit sharper than I intended. Are you lost? Finally, the kid stopped walking completely. They turned their head just a little more, still not looking directly at my cab, more towards the front of my truck, into the glare of the headlights. I could see their face a bit better
You
now.
can't get me
Pale.
here.
Featureless in the harsh light, like a porcelain doll. Small, dark smudges that might have been eyes. No expression. None.
Ew.
Not fear, not
Oh
sadness,
my god,
not
I am
relief.
not sleeping
just blank.
tonight. Ew.
An unreadable slate. Then a voice, small, thin, like the rustle of dry leaves. Lost. Just that one word. It hung in the air between us. Relief washed over me,
Get that
quickly
outta
followed by a
here.
fresh wave of concern. Okay, lost. That's something I can deal with. Okay, kid. Lost is okay. We can fix lost. Where do you live? Where were you going? The kid finally slowly turned their head fully towards my cab. Towards me. I still couldn't make out much detail on their face. The angle, the light. Something was obscuring it. Keeping it in a sort of shadowy vagueness despite the headlights. But I could feel their gaze. It wasn't like a normal kid's
How
look.
am I dirty?
There was a weight to it, an intensity that was deeply unsettling for such a small form. Home, the kid said, in that same thin, reedy voice. Trying to get home. Right, home. Where is home? I asked, leaning forward a bit, trying to project reassurance. Is it near here? Did you wander off from a campsite? A car?
Oh my god.
There were no campsites for miles. No broken down cars on the shoulder. I knew that. The kid didn't answer that question directly. Instead, took a small step towards the truck, then another. My hand tensed on the door handle, ready to open it. To offer what? A ride? Shelter? I didn't know. It's cold out here, I said, stating the obvious. You should get in. We can get you warm, and I can call for help when we get to a spot with signal. My CB was useless, just static. My phone had shown no service for the last hour. The kid stopped about 5 feet from my passenger door, still in that pale, thin pajama-like outfit, barefoot on the sharp gravel. They should be shivering, crying. They were doing neither. Can you help me? The kid asked. The voice was still small, but there was a different inflection to it now. Less flat. A hint of something else. Pleading, maybe. Yeah, of course I can help you, I said. That's why I stopped. Where are your parents? How did you get here? The kid tilted their head, a jerky, unnatural little movement. They're waiting at home. Okay, and where's home? Which direction? I gestured vaguely up and down the empty highway. The kid didn't point down the road. They made a small, subtle gesture with their head, a little nod towards the trees. towards the impenetrable darkness of the woods lining the highway. In there, the kid said. My stomach clenched. In the woods? Your home is in the woods? Lost, the kid repeated, as if that explained everything. Trying to find the path. It's dark. Yeah, it's very dark, I agreed, my eyes scanning the tree line. It looked like a solid wall of black. No sign of any path, any habitation. Just dense, old-growth forest. The kind of place you could get lost in for days, even in daylight. Can you come out? The kid asked. Help me look. It's not far. I can't see from here. Every rational thought in my head screamed no. Get out of the truck, in the middle of nowhere, in the pitch dark with this strange child who wanted me to go in those woods. No, absolutely not. But the kid looked so small, so vulnerable. If there was even a tiny chance they were telling the truth, that their house was just a little way in, and they were genuinely lost. I don't think that's a good idea, buddy, I said, trying to sound gentle. It's dangerous in there at night, for both of us. The best thing is for you to hop in here with me. We'll drive until we get a signal, and then we'll call the police or the rangers. They can help find your home properly. The kid just stood there. That blank, unreadable face was fixed on me, but it's right there, they insisted.
I'm sorry.
Their voice a little more insistent now. Just a little way. I can almost see it. Something profoundly wrong with this scenario. The way they were trying to coax me out. The lack of normal emotional response. The pajamas, the bare feet, the woods. I looked closer at the kid, trying to pierce that strange vagueness around their features. My headlights were bright, but it was like they absorbed the light, rather than reflected it. Their eyes, I still couldn't really see their eyes. Just dark hollows.
You want
I really think you should get in the truck, I said. My voice firmer now. It's warmer in here. We can figure it out together. The kid took another step closer. They were almost at my running board now. Please, they said. That reedy voice again. My leg hurts. I can't walk much further. If you could just help a little, just to the path. My internal conflict was raging. My trucker instincts, owned by years of seeing weird stuff and hearing weirder stories at truck stops, were blaring warnings. But the human part, the part that saw a child in distress, was still there, still arguing. I was tired. So damn tired. Maybe I wasn't thinking straight. Maybe this was all some bizarre misunderstanding. I squinted, trying to see past the kid, towards the tree line they indicated. Was there a faint trail I was missing? A flicker of light deep in the woods? No, nothing. Just blackness. Solid, unyielding blackness. Then I saw it. It wasn't something I saw clearly at first. It was more like an anomaly. A disturbance in the darkness behind the kid. The kid was standing with her back mostly to the woods, facing my truck. Behind them, the darkness of the forest was absolute. Or it should have been, but there was something connected to them. Something that stretched from the small of their back, from under the thin pajama top, and disappeared into the deeper shadows of the trees. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a weird shadow cast by my headlights hitting them at an odd angle. Maybe a rope they were dragging, a piece of clothing snagged on a branch.
Where are you going?
I leaned forward, trying to get a clearer view. The kid was still talking, their voice a low, persistent murmur. It's not far. Please, just help me. I'm so cold. But I wasn't really listening to the words anymore. I was focused on that thing behind them. It wasn't a rope. It wasn't a shadow. It was a tube. A long, dark, thick tube. It seemed to emerge directly from the kid's lower back, impossibly, seamlessly. It was dark matte, like a strip of the night itself given form. And it snaked away from the child, maybe 10 or 15 feet, before disappearing into the inky blackness between the two thick pine trunks. It wasn't rigid. It seemed to have a slight, almost imperceptible flexibility, like a massive, sluggish umbilical cord made of shadow. It didn't reflect any light from my headlamps. It just absorbed it. My breath hitched in my throat. My blood, which had been cold before, now felt like it had been frozen solid. This wasn't just wrong. This was impossible. Unnatural. The kid was still trying to coax me. Are you going to help me? It's just there. You're so close. My voice, when I finally found it, was barely a whisper. I couldn't take my eyes off that appendage. Kid, what? What is that? Behind you. The kid flinched. Not a big movement, just a tiny, almost imperceptible tightening of their small frame. Their head, which had been tilted pleadingly, straightened. The blankness on their face seemed to solidify. "What's that?" they asked, their voice suddenly devoid of that pleading tone. It was flat again, colder. That thing," I stammered, pointing up with a shaking finger, "coming out of your back, going into the woods. What is that?" The kid didn't turn to look. They didn't need to. Their gaze, those dark unseen eyes, poured into me. "It's nothing," they said. The voice was still small, but it had a new edge to it. A hardness. "You're seeing things. You're just tired." They were using my own earlier rationalization against me. "No," I said, my voice getting a tremor of conviction, born of sheer terror. "No, I'm not. I see it. It's right there. It's connected to you." The kid was silent for a long moment. The only sound was the thumping of my own heart, so loud I was sure they could hear it. The crickets had stopped. The wind seemed to die down. An unnatural stillness fell over the scene. Then the kid's face began to change. It wasn't a dramatic movie monster transformation. It was far more subtle and far more terrifying. The blankness didn't leave, but it sharpened. The pale skin seemed to tighten over the bones. The areas where the eyes were, those dark smudges, seemed to deepen, to become more shadowed, more intense.
It's green.
And a flicker of something ancient, utterly alien passed across their features. It wasn't human anger, it was something older, colder, and infinitely more patient, now strained to its limit. The air in my cab suddenly felt thick, heavy, and hard to breathe. "Just come out of the truck," the kid said. And the voice, it wasn't small. It was deeper, resonant, with a strange grating undertone, like stones grinding together.
I saw you. Where
It was coming from that small frame, but it was impossibly large, impossibly old. It vibrated in my chest. "Come out, now." The command was absolute. My hand, which had been hovering near the gear stick, now gripped it like a lifeline. My
There's a
other hand
dining room
fumbled
over
for the
there, you
ignition
know.
key, which I'd stupidly left in. "What are you?" I choked out,
Dining room.
staring at the
over there.
monstrous thing, playing dress up in a child's form.
Why
At
are
the
you
dark,
going upstairs?
pulsating
I'm
tube
continuing.
that was its anchor to the shadows. The kid's head tilted again, that jerky, unnatural movement. The expression on his face, if you could call it that, was one of pure, unadulterated annoyance. Contempt. Like I was particularly stupid insect it had failed to swat. Then it spoke, in that same terrible, resonant, grinding voice. The words it said are burned into my memory, colder than any winter night. "Why?" it rasped, the sound seeming to scrape the inside of my skull. "Are humans smarter now?" That was it. That one sentence. The sheer cosmic frustration in it. The implication of past encounters, of easier prey. The utter alien nature of it. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I reacted. Primal fear, the kind that bypasses all higher brain function, took over. My hand twisted the key. The diesel engine roared back to life. A sudden, violent explosion of sound in the horrifying stillness. The kid, the thing, actually recoiled. A small, jerky step back. The expression, that awful, tightened, ancient look intensified. I slammed the gear stick into drive. My foot stomped on the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on the gravel for a terrifying second before they bit into the asphalt. I didn't look at it. I couldn't. I stared straight ahead, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, the whole cab vibrating around me. The truck surged forward, gaining speed with agonizing slowness. For a horrible moment, I imagined that tube thing whipping out, trying to snag the trailer, to pull me back, to drag me into those woods. I imagined that small figure with its ancient, terrible voice, somehow keeping pace. I risked a glance in my driver's side mirror. It was standing there, on the shoulder, unmoving.
There you go.
The headlights of my departing truck cast its small silhouette into sharp relief,
Where are you going?
and behind it, the dark tube was still visible,
You could take my
a
car.
thick,
You know,
obscene
you could drive
cord
my
snaking
car.
back into the endless night of the forest. It didn't seem to be retracting or moving. It just was. The thing didn't pursue. It just stood and watched me go. And that, somehow, was almost worse. The sheer confidence, the patience, like it knew there would be others, or maybe it was just annoyed that this particular attempt had failed. I drove. I don't know for how long. I just drove. My foot was welded to the floor. The engine screamed. I watched the speedometer needle climb far, past any legal or safe limit for a rig that size on a road that dark. I didn't care. The image of that thing, child shape with its dark umbilical to the woods, and that voice, that awful grinding voice asking its horrifying question, was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I must have driven for an hour, maybe more, at speeds that should have gotten me killed or arrested, before the adrenaline started to fade, replaced by a bone-deep shaking exhaustion that was more profound than any fatigue I'd ever known. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely keep the wheel straight. Tears were streaming down my face, not from sadness, but from sheer, unadulterated terror and relief. When the first hint of dawn started to gray the eastern sky and my phone finally beeped, indicating a single bar of service, I pulled over at the first wide spot I could find. I practically fell out of the cab, vomiting onto the gravel until there was nothing left but dry heaves. I sat there on the cold ground, shaking for a long time, watching the sun come up, trying to convince myself that it had been a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But I knew it wasn't. The detail of that tube, the voice, the question. You don't hallucinate something that specific, that coherent, that utterly alien. I never reported it. Who would I report it to? What would I say? Officer, I saw a little kid who was actually an ancient cosmic horror tethered to the woods by a nightmare umbilical cord. And it got mad because I didn't want to be its dinner. They'd have me locked up, breathalyzed me, drug tested me, and sent me for a psych eval. I finished that run on autopilot, dropped a load. I drove my rig back to the yard and I quit. I told them I was burned out and needed a break. They tried to convince me to stay, offering me different routes and more pay. I just couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that kid, that tube, and those woods. Every dark road felt like a trap. I found a local job, something that keeps me home at night. I don't drive in remote areas anymore if I can help it, especially not at night. I still have nightmares. Sometimes when I'm very tired, driving home late from somewhere, I'll see a flicker at the edge of my vision on the side of the road, and my heart will try to beat its way out of my chest. I don't know what that thing was. An alien? A demon? Something else? Something that doesn't fit into our neat little categories? All I know is that it's out there and it's patient, and it seems to have learned that its old tricks aren't as effective as they used to be. Why the hell are humans smarter now? That question haunts me. It implies they weren't always. It implies that once upon a time we were easier. That maybe people like me, tired and alone on dark roads, used to just step out of the cab when asked and were never seen again. So if you're ever driving along one of those long, lonely stretches of road, deep in the night, and you see something you can't explain, maybe just keep driving. Maybe being smarter now means knowing when not to stop, knowing when to ignore that little voice telling you to help, because what's asking for help might not be what it seems. Stay safe out there, and please, stay on the well-lit roads.
This story takes place last April. I was a senior in high school, and I've lived my whole life in the Midwest, so I was always eager for spring break when I would vacation to somewhere more interesting. This year, I was going to Oregon with my friend Mary. Mary was about 3 years older than me, and dating my best friend, Josh, who was attending the University of Oregon. She happened to be moving there the week of my spring break, so it was perfect for me to ride along. We set off on our journey on Friday night at 10:30 p.m. I know, kind of a weird time to leave, but it was nice to get through Chicago in the middle of the night to escape traffic. We spent most of Saturday driving through flat, boring farmland. We got to see the Badlands National Park, which was pretty cool, especially after such a boring day. At around 11 that night, we were both exhausted, so we called and booked a hotel in Montana, about 3 hours away. We were starting to enter the section of this part of the country that was pretty much just a ton of Native American reserves when we turned down a long, beat-up road. Only one other car was on this road, and it was a large white truck that had been behind us for a while. We drove on this road for a few miles before this car started riding our ass. We slowed down and let him pass, and he floored it. Again, us being exhausted, we saw this as an opportunity to get to our hotel
Where'd you go,
faster.
Pump?
We figured it was a local that knew that he could speed without any trouble, so we sped down the road just a few miles per hour less than him to make our trip shorter. We came to a stop and he turned left, which we also happened to be doing. We pulled into a parking lot for a bar that was just on the corner as we continued, but he didn't
Why'd you
park.
leave?
He just waited as we passed, and he pulled out behind us. Now, I'm a very paranoid person, so I told Mary that I thought he was following us, but she reassured me that he probably just didn't want us behind him because some people are like that. I agreed and we kept on going. I was still nervous, but I watched him turn off the road and my mind was at ease. Fast forward about half an hour and Mary is starting to show obvious signs of exhaustion in her demeanor, so I offered to drive the rest of the way. She said, okay, and that she'd pull off at the next chance. Problem was that the road we were on didn't connect with any other roads. There were no driveways or stores, or really anything at all, except for wide open plains for miles. She decided to pull off the road to make the switch, but as she started to pull over, a bright set of headlights came up out of nowhere and looked like they were in the back of her car. This guy ran us off the road and we almost crashed. We came to a stop and both looked at each other like, WTF was that? But before we could say anything, the car from behind pulled off like 15 yards ahead of us. It was the white truck from before. My heart sank and I said, Mary, don't get out of the car. Just keep driving. Do not stop. She was obviously weirded out at this point, but wasn't totally convinced that it was all that dangerous. But she saw that I was scared and started to creep back on the road. The guy must have seen us moving as he started to drive too. We stopped again and he drove slowly, about a quarter mile up the road, turned off into a patch of trees and killed his headlights. I told her that I was sure he was following us. We had been driving forever, and what were the odds that we encountered each other again? She called Josh so we could get a third opinion. He was never the type to assume the worst, and he wasn't there, so he told us that it was probably a coincidence, and that we should keep driving and be wary. So we continued on for another 20 minutes without seeing him, but when we passed through another small town, I spotted him. He was sitting at a stop sign on a side road, facing the road we were on, with his lights off. We passed by him, and he turned his lights on and started driving again, right on our tail. At this point, we were both convinced that something was wrong, and immediately called 911. We were in the middle of nowhere though, and her phone kept dropping the call. The dispatcher said they couldn't get a read on our location and asked where we were, but not even the map on my phone would load. We felt like we were dead already. He passed us again and I shouted for Mary to speed up so I could write his plate number down. We got it right before he sped off out of sight. The dispatcher was able to find us and told us to head to the nearest police station, about 15 minutes away. She also told us to not stop driving and that this guy was a professional at what he was doing. She informed us that his tactic of passing us was only so he could know where we were turning and going, so he could always be one step ahead. Fear sank into both of us when we realized that he knew exactly where we were, even when we had no idea where he was. We drove on, with him popping out behind us once more and again speeding off. I got the police station pulled up on my phone and we were almost there. We stopped at the light where we were supposed to turn right, but we hadn't seen this guy in a while, and this looked like the perfect road to sneak around on. I didn't tell Mary to turn, and she kept driving. She asked me where it was, and I felt guilty for not telling her, so I told her that we passed it and that my phone hadn't loaded the directions until just then. She made a U-turn and we headed back. On the way there, we passed the guy. He was headed the way we were going before turning around, and we don't think he even saw us. We made it to the police station where they were expecting us, and they sent cars out to find him. We got a police escort to our hotel an hour away, and the rest of our trip was as normal as can be. We calculated that he followed us somewhere for around 60 to 70 miles. We don't know if he was caught, nor do we know what his intentions were, but I still get chills whenever I tell this story and whenever I see a similar white truck. I'm a 20-year-old woman, and this took place in March. I was 19 years old at the time, and it was the end of spring break, and I was returning to Texas from California. I had just spent my vacation with my sister, who lives in San Francisco. Every college kid counts down the days until spring break. My vacation had gone rather well. However, I was slightly okay with returning to my essays and research papers, because I missed my friends, my bed, and my cat, maybe not in that particular order. I was flying alone, something I don't like doing for multiple reasons, and had only one layover in Dallas. I don't like traveling alone because I've had some bad experiences, and I happen to look a lot younger than 20. More often than not, people say I look 13 or 14 at the most. I've always hated this about myself, but I'm told I'll be grateful when I'm older. As of now, it's just immensely frustrating. The last time I was on a plane by myself, the attendant thought that I was an unaccompanied minor named Taylor. I quickly assured her I was not the minor in question. The time before that, I was asked to move away from the emergency exit because you have to be at least 16 to sit there. Anyways, my boyfriend was picking me up from the airport and I was excited. I wore the pink members only jacket that he had bought me and I tried to look my best, which is difficult to do when traveling. When the plane arrived in Dallas, we had some really terrible weather and the turbulence was scary. But no matter. Soon I would be on another flight to Houston. I took the train around to the C terminal and made my way to the gate, only to find that due to the rain and lightning, my flight had been canceled. I was crushed, but determined, so I took my ticket to be exchanged for a later flight. It seemed that many others had the same grievance, and were opting to do the same. As I was standing in line, a friendly-looking older man came up to stand behind me. "Are you alone?" he asked me. Everyone seemed to be conversing with one another, complaining about the weather and pondering their options to get home. It didn't seem like a big deal because strangers always seem to connect in situations like this. We were all frustrated. I also felt safe in the crowded airport, so I answered him truthfully and continued to wait in the line. The man behind the counter said I was in luck, that there were only 2 seats left on another flight to Houston, and that I could make it if I hurried. I rushed to board the train to the A terminal to catch my new flight, and upon reaching the gate, I was faced with the same situation. This new flight was canceled too. The man from before had followed me to the gate and was in the same boat. I exchanged my ticket for a later flight, and I marched myself to the new gate, only to be told the same as before. This happened literally 2 or 3 more times, because I didn't want to give up and I really had no other options. The man shadowed me during the entire ordeal, and I didn't really find it strange. We were just 2 individuals stranded in an airport. The last gate I went to, I noticed he was still following me. He walks over to me and begins to chat about what awful luck we were having. Someone eavesdropping nearby suggests that I rent a car. I politely tell them I'm not old enough, and the man smiles and says to me, "Well, I'm old enough to rent a car. How about this? I'll rent us one. You can sleep and I'll drive." I look at him, and the way he is staring at me scares me. I finally begin to feel that something is off. I respond, "No, but thank you. I'm going pretty far." His smile falters for a moment, then he suggests that he buy me some food. I was starving, and I was tempted. I hesitate for a moment, but then I remember a book I had read about a girl who was stolen from the airport after a man drugs her coffee. This gives me the strength to deny my grumbling stomach and decline him again. He follows me. I don't know why. He's already told me he is going to rent a car and leave. He points to a Mexican restaurant and says, "Oh, how about this place?" He has this strange look on his face and is standing far too close to me. I shake my head and say, "I told you I'm not really hungry," which was a big lie. I can smell something delicious and I almost give in, but my face does not betray my hunger and I keep my pace. Okay, what about burgers then?" He looks a bit annoyed now. This guy does not give up easy, but this time I just ignore him. This causes him to glare at me angrily and then walk away. I breathe a sigh of relief and call my sister to tell her about him. Not in a catty sort of way, just a, "Wow, that guy was persistent" kind of thing. I settle into a chair to think about my options. I feel pretty alone and worried. My latest ticket has me leaving around midnight, and it was about 9 p.m. At that point, I had been in the airport since 5 p.m. If this last flight didn't work out, I had no clue what I would do. I had no money for a hotel, and I didn't fancy sleeping in a chair. The last time I fell asleep in public, on a train in France, a lady attempted to steal my backpack, but that's another story. I look up about 30 minutes later to see the same man walking towards me. I took my legs up in my chair nervously, and I pretend to play on my phone. "Hey there, still here?" he asks. He seems to have cooled down, and I just stare at him. He clears his throat and tries again. "So, I was thinking, you should come stay at my aunt's house with me for the night. That's where I'm going to be staying. It would be no problem. You don't want to be in this airport all night, all alone." I shake my head and say, no, I'm fine. Then turn my attention back to my phone. Didn't even make eye contact. I felt that uncomfortable. He tries to convince me, and I have to say no, firmly several more times. He looks angry, like really angry. His hands are clenched, and his smile is obviously fake. He looks as if he will shatter
Get
his
back
teeth if he clenches his
on.
jaw any tighter. I wonder to myself why he hasn't left the airport yet. Then I notice that his luggage is no longer with him. He was rolling it behind him, and now he isn't. Where would he have put it if he hadn't left yet? And so much time had passed. Why is he back here? As I'm thinking of all this, he's just standing there, staring. After what feels like forever, he storms off again. I'm feeling so anxious because of him that I grab my things and move to a different gate to wait. My phone was dying and I didn't want to be without it, so to charge it, I had to plug it into the outlet in the floor. Curled up in the aisle between the chairs to wait. My sister called about an hour later and I was talking to her, telling her how creepy the dark weather outside looked. When I see him, again, walking around, glancing here and there in search of me. I hunched down even farther, but my pink jacket was like a beacon. He locked eyes with me, and I looked down. My sister said to stay on the phone, so I did. Well, there you are, he says, not even acknowledging that I am in the middle of a phone call. Continue talking to my sister. When it becomes apparent that he isn't leaving and doesn't care that I'm on the phone, I finally look up. So you are still here. Look, you need to come with me. You can stay with me at my grandparents' tonight. They would love to have you. They won't mind me bringing you at all. Just come with me. I got chills. I don't know why, but something in his eyes told me he was lying through those shiny white teeth of his. You said you were staying with your aunt. His face dropped. It went from cool and collected to something else. Not even anger this time, and not defeat. Almost like amusement. He shrugs his shoulders like, I tried, but we both recognized that he was caught in his lie. The entire time my sister is saying, hello, repeatedly. But I was sort of shocked by how indifferent he was to me catching on to him. I go back to my conversation and he says, if you change your mind, and lets the thought trail off while walking away backwards, eyes still on me. I call my boyfriend and tell him about each exchange, and he tells me to find a security guard to tell. I look around for one but couldn't find one. It was creepy because I've never seen an airport so deserted. I end up deciding to move again and lay down between two different aisles out of view. A boy my age walks by and asks, why are you laying on the floor? And I respond a tad aggressively with, because I want to. He laughs and puts his hands up, the unspoken sign for, whoa, take it easy. I apologize for my gruffness and tell him that a man was making me nervous. He jokingly says that he'll protect me, and because he seems harmless and I mention my boyfriend, I converse with him for a while. He tells me how he saw me and wondered why the blonde girl looked so sad. A little while later, I am thankful I didn't brush the stranger off because I see the man again walking around. We made eye contact, but he didn't attempt to approach me because I was no longer alone. Maybe he was just some middle-aged man trying his luck at getting a girlfriend or something. But scaring someone isn't the way to do it. Even if he meant me absolutely no harm, he was too aggressive and angry. This is something that happened about 14 years ago during spring break, and I'm still a bit shaken up about it.
No, I'm out of money.
So I should probably start with a bit of backstory. I used
need
to live in
a
Philadelphia
bed.
where this happened. It was in a rather small town. Everybody knew everybody, and I was really into basketball. And I don't mean to brag, but I was one of the best players on the school team. Me and my friends used to always hang out around the park. One day, when we were there playing around on the equipment, my buddy Greg noticed a family moving into the recently sold house on the corner of the street. The family consisted of a single mother and 3 boys, which 2 looked to be around our age. I probably should have mentioned earlier that we were all 16 and 17 at the time. We went over to say hello and introduce ourselves to them. As I mentioned before, we lived in a very close community. The youngest of the 3 boys just stared at us. The other 2 also stared at us, but with a rather amused face. The mother looked at us with a very disturbing smile. She introduced herself and her kids, whose names I have forgotten by now, and she invited us to come inside rather aggressively. There was just a deep feeling in my gut telling me to get as far away from them as I could. I looked to Greg and my 2 other buddies, Jason and Kyle, and they seemed to have the same feeling I had. We politely declined and said we had to go home. Later that week, when I was at the grocery store getting some beef, My dad makes absolutely killer burgers. I seen one of the two older brothers. He didn't notice me at first, and I tried to get away quickly. That's when I bumped into the other one. He looked at me for a while, then while smiling a large grin, asked where I was going in such a rush, and said that I should come visit sometime. I just ignored him and left as quickly as I could. When walking home, I could see the two of them following me, but keeping a far distance. I tried going up and down random streets to try and lose them, but eventually, I seen my father in his car. He was looking for me, wondering what was taking so long. During this time, the two kids had caught up in a completely normal manner and told my father they were my friends, and asked where I lived. Of course, my father, not knowing about the greater extent of our encounter, believed them and gave them our address. Now they knew where I lived. Later that night, I was hanging out at the park with Greg and Kyle again, and about an hour and a half after we've been there, Greg notices the youngest boy staring out the front window of their house at us. Me and Greg were thoroughly creeped out, but Kyle was just getting angry.
Where do I go?
Kyle told us that when he was walking to the park, he saw two of the older brothers staring at him on the other side of the street. We all decided to head to my place, since I had the biggest backyard, and there was tons of cool stuff to do. While in my backyard shooting our BB guns at tin cans and occasionally a bird on the tree branch, we heard a familiar shrill voice behind us. It was the two older brothers on the other side of the fence. They were asking why I didn't invite them over and if I didn't like them. Now Kyle was fuming. He pointed one of the guns at them and threatened them and told them to leave. Seeing this, they did leave and we went inside, and eventually Greg and Kyle went home. The next day, which was the first day of school after spring break, me, Greg, Kyle, and Jason were in the cafeteria before school started. Both Greg and Kyle were followed home by one of the brothers the night before. To say Kyle was angry was an understatement. We didn't see the brothers at school in the morning, and we heard nothing about the new students. Nothing eventful really happened until lunch, when the four of us were playing some basketball outside of the school. When out of the corner of my eye, I saw two familiar figures. I pointed them out, and Kyle just went off on them, calling them names that I've never even imagined. After Kyle's long line of name-calling, the two brothers looked shocked, then angry. They came over, knocked the ball out of Jason's hands, so Kyle started throwing punches at him. Then the other brother started attacking Kyle. Then Greg got in there, and now all of us were in there. Eventually a teacher saw us fighting and called the police. The two brothers pulled out knives shortly after, and one of them stabbed Kyle in the arm. And a minute later, the police were there. The two brothers were arrested for assault with a deadly weapon, and Kyle was taken to the hospital. And because of the knives, we just got a stern warning from the police. In the aftermath of all of this, my mom felt it wasn't safe for me there, so my mother had me move out of state to live with my aunt and uncle for the meantime. I now live in Colorado, and I only go back to my hometown to visit my parents. From what I've heard, the family moved out of the country a year later, so I'll never have to deal with them again. This happened in the early 90s when I was a junior in high school, 16 female, and I was home on Christmas break. It was in the middle of a weekday, and I was home alone when the phone rang. When I answered, a man asked for me by my first and last name. He then said, "This is Randy from unintelligible company, and I was calling to..." I tried to interrupt to have him repeat his name and company because he said it very quickly and unclearly, but he ignored my question and asked me if I had been looking for a job. I wasn't, but I was young and sort of wanted to see what the job was going to be, so I hedged a bit. Randy then told me that he was hiring models for commercials and that someone had given him my name. I literally laughed because 1, that sounded completely fake, and 2, I wasn't exactly swimming in modeling contracts. When I told him that I believed he must have been mistaken, he replied, "No, I think you're very pretty, Tessa." While that comment may not seem that disturbing, it stopped me in my tracks. He had initially said that I'd been recommended to him, but now he was speaking as if he had seen me. At that moment, I just knew in my gut that something was very wrong. Unfortunately, I had not learned to get my brain and gut on the same page, so while I wasn't buying any of what he was selling, in order to be polite and maybe just in case there was some cash and an ego boost to be had, I said, "Okay, how about you just leave me your number and I'll talk to my parents and get back to you." I knew if he was legit, he'd have no problem giving me his number. Of course, Randy failed both of my tests and resisted giving me his number or allowing me time to talk to my parents.
Oh, my mouse.
He encouraged me to just agree right then, so I promptly said, "No thank you," and hung up. Within seconds of hanging up, the phone rang again. When I answered, I'll never forget the first thing Randy said. "Do you give blowjobs with your eyes open or closed?" That escalated quickly.
Wow.
As I stood in stunned silence, he repeated that question and then moved on to similar ones. What made it unnerving, besides the obvious, was that it didn't sound like a prank call at all. Even though his comments were sexual, he sounded angry. I was safe in my home and it was just a phone call, but it made me feel like I was in danger. I hung up, of course, but he called continuously. So continuously, in fact, that every time I tried to pick up the phone to call my mom, he would either be on the line when I picked up the phone, or the phone would be ringing again. By this point, I wasn't answering the phone, and if he was on the line when I picked it up, I would hang up quickly. But he was getting angrier and angrier, and his comments were taking a darker turn. What started as asking me invasive sexual questions had turned into comments about how he'd like to harm me. I was finally able to get through to my mom, and she called the police. They didn't seem to take it super seriously or act like they could do much at all, though. I didn't recognize his voice. It certainly wasn't someone I knew, and it wasn't a teenager. It was absolutely a grown man. They felt that it was just someone messing with me and that it would just fade out on its own. And for a time, it seemed like they were right. That first day, he called constantly for a few more hours, but then the calls stopped, and although it was very disturbing, it seemed to be over. Some time passed and I quit thinking about it. Then spring break rolled around. It was the same scenario as before. I was home from school on a weekday and I was alone.
Oh my god.
The phone rang, and when I answered, he launched straight into the vile sexual talk. I hung up and we began the same cycle as before, with him
My
calling
snake
constantly
moved her
and me
thing.
trying to time it just right so I could pick
Scared
up the phone
me.
between calls and call my mom. Every time I hung
Bro,
up
they
on
have-
him, he got angrier and the
they
things he
have
said became more
premium.
foul. This time he started reciting my address and talking about paying me a visit. Not only did it feel very threatening, but it was so confusing. Who in the world was doing this, and why would a grown man I didn't know make these calls? Not just once, but 2 times, with months in between. How did he have so much information about me? None of it made any sense. When I was finally able to call my mom, she called the police again, and the officer took it a bit more seriously. They asked if we wanted to put a tap on the phone, and we agreed, and they told us that the process is as follows. It would take 24 hours to get with the phone company and get it active. Once active, it would be there for 60 days. If there were no issues in 60 days, it would be removed. But if there were issues, then we'd have them. I was a teenager who wasn't talking to the police directly, so I never understood the ins and outs of this. Were they taping all of our calls, but they just listened to them if something happened? Were they only tracing who the calls were from? As I'm sure you can imagine, as a kid who just turned 17, I really wanted to know if people could hear my calls, but my mom didn't really ask those questions. She said they just told her once the tap was on and to let them know if we get any more calls. She didn't really ask much more than that. Just like before, the calls continued throughout the afternoon, but had stopped by the time my parents got home. I had got some the next morning after my parents had left work, but by the time a 24-hour window had passed, they had stopped. And once again, things were quiet for a few more months. This cycle continued over the course of the next year. It was quiet until midsummer, and then again until Christmas break of my senior year. And when he called, the pattern was almost always the same. The calls usually started out with him being a bit more polite, but as soon as I recognized his voice and hung up, they became progressively more angry and violent. They always came when I was alone and began continuing until the exact moment that my mom or dad pulled into the driveway. We would put the tap back on the phone each time, but the calls never continued for more than 24 hours in a stretch, and there was always at least 60 days in between episodes. The content of the calls, however, got increasingly more personal. He would often mention my address. "I know you live at 118 Charter Street. I'm gonna have to pay a visit to 118 Charter." And eventually began talking about my clothing. "You look so pretty in that blue striped shirt." But then he started mentioning things that I owned, but didn't really wear. "When are you going to wear that red dress with the little white flowers?" This obviously took our level of fear up a notch. By this point, because he would call right up until someone else got home, we knew he had to be in a position to see our driveway. But every day after school, I would let myself in the side door using a key that was hidden outside. It was extremely well
Deliver
hidden,
it.
and you'd have to be
Hello?
positioned
Oh
in
my
just the right
God.
spot to ever see me get it. But if you were hiding and watching, then it was possible. It became impossible not to think that he may have been in our house, in my room, and that thought was simply unbearable. We obviously stopped leaving a key outside, but the very nature of the cycle, short bursts of intense contact, followed by months of nothing, made it hard to know what to do. He clearly knew how to avoid the trace. He was motivated enough to keep contacting me over such a long period of time, and he was controlled enough to wait for long stretches in between calls.
Yippee.
I had never been someone who scared easily, and my dad didn't want me to lose that. He started keeping the guns in the house loaded and taking me to the shooting range. I'd shot plenty of guns before, but this was a serious refresher course. After Christmas, a quiet few months passed, and as always, I stayed alert for a week or two, then quit thinking about it. On the first day of my spring break, I was home and in a great mood when the phone rang. Expecting a call from my best friend, I said,
Excuse
"Hello."
me.
And then I heard, "I'm calling about the job you applied for. This is Randy from unintelligible company." I actually had been applying for jobs, but as I said, from where? It hit me that this was the exact conversation we had the first time he called. I hung up and prepared myself for another awful day. The calls just kept coming, and as usual, in the process of trying to call my mom, I would end up on the phone with him. Things he would say got worse after every quiet spell. He was describing how he was going to violate and murder me. More than the things he was saying, the rage in his voice triggered a real fear in me. I was having trouble getting the line open long enough to call my mom, and I knew he was close enough to be watching the house. I got the gun out of my closet and I sat there by the ringing phone, wanting to call my mom, not wanting to chance hearing his voice again. I wasn't panicking, but I was crying and definitely scared. And then I was done. Just simply done. I picked up the phone and he launched into his sick spiel, trying to get as much in as he could before I hung up again. But I didn't hang up. I'm not sure why. I had no plan, but I sat there silently for a few minutes and let him talk. When he said that he could be at my house in less than 2 minutes, without thinking about it for a second, I said, "Come on over. The door's open." I then hung up the phone, walked over and unlocked and opened the front door, leaving just the screen door closed, with the gun in my hands. I sat down on the couch facing the door and waited. He never came, and he actually never called again. There was zero doubt in my mind that if he had walked in that porch, I would have shot him, without hesitation. I still have no idea who it was, although there are a limited number of people it could be, or why or whether it would have ever escalated beyond phone calls. I went off to my college, and my parents eventually moved out of that house, so I suppose it will forever be a mystery. I trust that God will give him what he deserves, but I definitely learned that people who feed off of your fear disappear quickly when you quit being afraid. My friends and I decided to go camping one spring break. We had planned a week in advance, and as the day got closer, the weather got worse. It was cold and gray, unheard of for Arkansas. The night finally came along, with yet another cold front. It was in the 30s, but we had dressed warm and stocked up on whiskey and beer. The plan was to hit a spot my buddy knew, which was barely accessible, with his four-wheel drive even. We wanted to really camp. None of those designated sites for families and seniors in RVs. So we aimed away from civilization, which was only made up by a single stoplight and a couple of hundred people, and drove into the woods. After 30 minutes of bone-rattling dips across dry creek beds and detours around trees, it started to rain. By the time we found camp, it had turned into hell. The spot was marked by an ancient dirt road, a few hundred feet along, and the rotting carcass of a Volkswagen Bug. That night was spent passing a bottle around, hoping we'd figure out the tents before we were too drunk. Eventually we did and managed to start a fire. At this point, the hell had stopped. We drank, played cards, then passed out in our tents. The next morning, I gradually regained consciousness to the sound of something large being dragged past my tent. It was what looked to have once been a station wagon, stripped and rust-covered, dragging the Volkswagen with a chain. The Volkswagen had been there for so long that the floor had rotted out, and roots had tied it to the forest floor. A woman was driving. A man beside her and 3 shirtless kids sat in the back, where there used to be seats. The man stared out the window, away from us the entire time.
The children had dirt smeared on their faces, which illuminated their glassy 1,000-yard stares. It's the look of crushing poverty, and you've probably only seen it in pictures. It exists in war-torn countries, the projects in inner cities in the deep south. So deep that the old gas station back in town, a place you'd probably jokingly hum the Deliverance theme, that was the city to these people.
I don't
She
know
spoke in
why.
a deep nicotine and whiskey-soaked drawl. Y'all come from the city to do some camping? Well, reckon that's fine, long as y'all ain't doing no drugs. Y'all ain't doing no drugs, are ya? We weren't. Just drinking then? Hell, I like a drink now and again, my darn self. That's fine, just fine. Wanna know how I knowed y'all was out here? Seen them black helicopters flying around. Them some boys that work for me. This is my land, and they told me, can't be too careful. Figured I'd best check it out. She started laughing. Mucus bubbled up to her wet, dry cackle, and the man stared out at nothing. One of the children put both hands on the window and gazed through us. His mouth hung open, and spit cut a line through the filth on the glass. He was probably 10 years old. Do y'all know Bethany? We didn't. Everyone knows old Beth. Y'all go to church? I lied. Good. Ain't got time for those that don't fear God. Why don't you come on to church tomorrow? You guys can meet Bethany. It's just over that hill up there. You can't miss it. Boy, she'd sure like to meet y'all. They all would. We assured her that we'd be at church tomorrow, and she drove away into the trees, slowly dragging the Volkswagen. As soon as she left, we all looked at each other and started laughing. It was just nerves. There wasn't anything funny about it. We all have the remnants of a primitive warning system for danger. It's been eroded by living safe and civilized, but every once in a while it goes off and you obey it without a question. Something is wrong. It started before she spoke, when I looked into her eyes. Something was wrong. The kids, the man, her laugh. Something was wrong. Eventually, we did a hike up the hill. You could see for a mile. There was nothing. No buildings, no clearings, just forest. So we cut our trip short, packed up, and left before noon. I'm a 20-year-old woman that lives on the West Coast, and I've lived here for about 8 months. This happened within the first month of my time here. In most bigger cities, restaurants are partnered with delivery apps.
I need
Delivery for these apps tend to frequent the restaurant in which I work at. Typically, I see the same 5 to 10 delivery people multiple times a day and get to know them pretty well. Except one. He only came in while we were busy and always tried to talk, and in annoyance, I would always ignore him. But one day, this man came by to pick up multiple orders. I gave him the food and turned around, barely acknowledging him. That is when the questions began. I should have seen the warning signs then. You don't even want to say hi to me? He said to me with a smile. The kind of smile you give someone that you know well, and the kind of smile that is meant for friends. The way that he looked at me threw me off, but I gave him a smile and said that I hoped he had a good night. He rolled his eyes and went to put his deliveries in his car. But then he came back with his phone and told me to put my number in it. I politely declined his offer and began to turn around. You won't regret it, Charlene, he said gently, pushing his phone into my hands. At this point I was extremely uncomfortable, but the restaurant was empty besides the chef in the back of the kitchen, and I couldn't get his attention. So I set his phone down and did what any person would do. I wrote down a fake number on a napkin. To my own horror, he picked up the number and began to dial it in his phone. He put it up to his ear and rolled his eyes in frustration. Just give me your real number, he said. I then wrote down my real number but with no area code, hoping that he would be okay with that. And I had just moved here recently, so my area code would not be easy to figure out without knowing of my life before the West Coast. Charlene, you didn't write down your area code. My heart started beating quickly. I had never given him my name, and I never wore a name tag. Pick up the phone when I call, and if you answer, I will leave the restaurant. I could tell he meant it. He would not leave until I proved to him that it was my number. He called, and the phone vibrated in my pocket, and I knew that I had made the worst decision of my life. I showed him the phone and he left. I loved my job, but the worst part was the distance. I always took the bus home and had to make multiple switches in order to get home, and it was typically an hour commute. This was not a problem during the day, but by the time I got off work around 11, it was risky. About halfway through my commute, I received a call from a number I didn't recognize. I answered out of curiosity, and partly because I thought it was someone asking me to cover their shift the next day. But the voice said, "Oh, babe, you didn't have to take the bus home. I would have driven you home.
Oh my god.
Someone as pretty as you should never have to do that. What are you doing tonight?
Why
Do you
are
want to come
on a
over?
bike?
My friends are with me. We can come to your place." I quickly hung up the phone. When the bus reached the stop about a block from my home, I was lucky enough to see that my neighbor had been sitting near the front of the bus, and I was able to walk with him back to our apartment building. For the next 2 weeks, I received 10 calls a day at least, and maybe 15 texts, all of which were increasingly strange. Most of them were just about how pretty he thought I was, but then they began to make me extremely fearful. He began to offer me money and tell me that he could find me a better job, suited more for a girl like me. He started coming in more for deliveries, and finally I told my boss what was happening. The next time he came in, my boss pulled him to the side and warned him that behavior like this was not okay.
Get on the
That if he did it again, we would report him to the delivery company that he was working for. He stopped for about a month. At this point, I had picked up a morning
Get
job
off
too,
your
and I would
bike.
begin walking to work around 5:30 a.m. while it was still extremely dark. On this particular morning, I was so paranoid that I did not turn on music, and I was always looking around, looking for people behind me. That is when I saw him. He walked up next to me as if we were friends and put his arm around my shoulder. Every alarm in my body was telling me to run. "I've been waiting for you. Let me walk you to work. You won't regret it." How did he know that I had gotten another job, too? I declined, telling him that I needed to do homework and turn into the cafe that was closest to us. I made the workers aware of the issue, and they allowed me to stay inside until he finally decided to leave the area. That's when the private calling began. The frequency of the calls began to pick up, and he would leave angry messages.
What is this?
In my mind, what I did next was a good idea, but I quickly learned how wrong I was. The next time he called, I answered the phone. When he asked why I never made an effort to talk to him anymore, like I even ever had, I told him that I was gay, and that there wasn't anything wrong with him, he just wasn't my type. "Just give me a chance. I can change you. You never had a man treat you right. You won't regret it." Things stopped for a while. There was a text here and there, but about a month ago, I began to get weird comments on my Instagram posts. "Wow, so beautiful. There are so many things I would do to you. Stop ignoring me. I'm trying to treat you right." And many other comments of this nature. I blocked him, and he would make a new one. He would then call me again a few times and leave a few long messages that I would try to ignore. I stopped taking the bus and made sure everyone between
Get
my friends
on.
and family were aware of the situation, just in case anything ever happened to me. Then on Valentine's Day, he showed up again at 3 a.m. outside of my window. I woke up to my name being screamed outside. You see, I live on a busy street and my bedroom has large windows. I had them open this night because of how beautiful the night had been before I fell asleep. I turned over without lifting my head as I knew he would never be able to see me. About every 5 minutes, he would scream my name and say that he could see me and he knew I was there. He told me to come down and talk to him, and right before he left, he said one more thing that I almost didn't hear. "You won't regret it." For context, at the time I was a teenager, working at a small coffee shop a short walk away from my house as a barista, which involved forcing myself to always be bubbly and smiling, despite the idiocy that transpires before some people get their coffee. As a result, I've had a few experiences where men take friendliness as flirting and try their luck on me, but no one as creepy as this guy. He came in on a late Sunday afternoon shift when I was working alone as my coworker was far too sick to be touching food and went home early. He was dressed in an unassuming leather jacket and jeans, and looked to be in his early 40s. After ordering a small coffee and paying with small change, he starts to try to hit on me over the counter, and I just brush it off and hand him his coffee. Then he tells me he recognizes me and that I must be from around the area.
Bruh.
I've never seen him before though, so
You're
I kindly
getting
laugh nervously and deny it,
stinky.
but then he gets weirder. "Then I've definitely seen you on campus. Do you go to blank college?" I say no, given I've never heard that name before in my life. Well, how about this college? Nope. Okay, definitely this one then. Still no. This goes on for over 10 minutes, and he's listed at least 8 different schools that I've only recognized one of, and it's clear that there's no way he's a student at any of them. Then he moves around to the small door that opens to let us out from behind the counter to clean the shop, and he tries to get past it to come closer to me. Something really feels off, so I tell him a little forcefully that customers aren't allowed back here. He kind of laughs and makes a comment about how he knows. He's just not a regular customer, and I'm just playing hard to get. I repeat again that no, he isn't allowed back here, and his face instantly becomes serious and he totally shifts gears. So you're probably working until closing, huh? What time do you guys close? I follow my gut and lie and say that we closed around 2 a.m., when in reality it was 10 p.m. given it was a Sunday. And he nods and tells me, then I'll come back at 2 a.m. for you, and he finally leaves. Given I've served some strange people at my time there, I try to push it out of my mind and focus on my work for the rest of the shift. My manager wasn't there at the time like usual. He only ever came in on Thursdays and Fridays, so I didn't get a chance to bring it up until then.
Oh shit.
When I did on my next shift, he invited me to come into the office and watch the night security tapes just to ease my mind. And guess what? The creepy dude had actually come back at 2 a.m. in a beat-up Honda on a Sunday night. And the cameras caught him forcefully trying the front door and crouching along the windows of the cafe, trying to see past the shades we put down at night. Eventually, he stormed back to his car, which was one of only 2 cars in the lot, and sped off. I have no clue what his intentions were in trying to meet up with the teenage
Get
girl
on your phone,
at 2 a.m. on a Sunday,
like the phone in
but
game.
I've never seen
Click
him
on
since.
work, and then I'm going to the.
So my Psycho X stalker story happened on the west coast of the United States about 11 years ago.
Like scroll through there and then
I was
find
a 23-year-old
it,
female living in
click
my very first apartment. I was single, working part-time, and going to college, so I was more focused on getting my life together than dating. Valentine's Day was approaching, and of course I didn't have a special someone in my life at the time. So a coworker of mine thought it would be a good idea to hook me up with the single guy she knew named Jack. Jack and I talked on the phone for a few days before meeting in person. When we eventually met, Jack bought flowers, candy, and told me immediately how attracted he was to me, even saying that I'm his girl now. Kind of struck me as an odd thing to say as it was our first time meeting, but I thought he was really handsome. He was 6'1", I'm 5'3". He had a gorgeous smile and seemed really sweet, so I just brushed the oddness off. We hung out for a few weeks, and during that time, Jack started acting very strange and clingy. He was very quiet and liked to ask questions about me and told me a lot about his personal life, but besides a simple hi, he basically ignored and never spoke to any of my family or friends who came to visit often. He also wanted to occupy all of my time, wanted to know what I was doing all the time, and would get angry if I was busy or had other plans. He wasn't physically abusive, but really possessive. He even told me he loved me a month or so after knowing me, but I laughed it off thinking he was joking. One night, he actually got on his knees and proposed to me. I told him we had only known each other for a few months and that we should wait until we were both ready. Besides, he didn't even have a ring. He said he was ready to get married as soon as possible. We can go to the courthouse now and that he'll buy me a ring later. No thank you. If it's meant to be, we'll get married when the time comes, I thought. The very next week, he gets back on his knees and proposes again. Still no ring. And saying that he was ready now. At this point, I started to freak out. Not only was he clingy, but he was moving way too fast for me. I mean, we had only known each other for a few months. I was still busy with work and school, so I told him maybe we should take a break from hanging out for a while. He got this really weird look on his face and got really quiet, but eventually started smiling and agreed with me that we should take a break. A few days of not hearing from him, I came home to find him sitting on my staircase. I asked what he was doing there, and he just said, "Waiting for you," and smiled. After an awkward moment of silence, I told him he needed to go home. He got up and left, but then he started to randomly stop by my place. If I was there, I pretended not to be. He would knock for 30 minutes sometimes, leave for a few minutes, and even come back. He started waiting on my staircase for me to get home so much I had to hide in my neighbor's apartment and wait until he eventually left. He called my cell non-stop and I just ignored him. After a couple of months of this, he just stopped all of a sudden. I was completely relieved, like he finally got the hint. About 3 months of not hearing from him, I got a call from an unfamiliar number. I answered, and it was Jack. He wanted to know how I was doing and wanted to see me. He also said he told his mother about me and that she wanted to meet me too. I got super creeped out and upset, and I told him no, to lose my number and to stop calling me. I guess he heard the opposite because he started randomly knocking on my door again. He knocked on my door a couple times, and each time I had a friend or family member tell him to leave and to not come back, and each time he just smiled and said okay. The third time he came over was the last straw for me. I had my best friend tell him I wasn't there. I was, but was hiding. He asked her if he could wait for me inside my apartment until I got back. She told him no, and then he tried to push his way in. My friend called my name and I ran out to help her shut the door. Heart racing, I told him I was going to call the police if he didn't leave and to never come back ever again. He mumbled something through the door, and I could hear him walking down the stairs. I ended up not calling the police that night, but I regret that decision to this day. Jump forward about 5 or 6 months later. It was a bright, sunny Saturday afternoon. 2 of my younger sisters, 17 and 14, were visiting. I was still laying in my bed because I had a major migraine. Since I lived alone, I had gotten used to leaving my bedroom door open so I could hear everything. I could hear them watching and talking about Vanilla Sky, the Tom Cruise movie. I could also hear kids laughing and playing outside. Nothing weird whatsoever. I took more aspirin, then dozed off again, but was awakened shortly by a loud bang. At first I thought maybe a kid bounced a ball or something off of my door, but then I heard a really loud bang, again, and my sister started yelling. What the hell is that? Just as I was about to get up to go see what was going on, bang again. I heard screaming and then a man's voice yelling, "Get the hell up." I started to panic, so this part might sound kinda messed up, but since I had no clue what was going on or who the person was, I slowly closed my door and blocked it with a dresser, sat on the floor in front of the dresser and called 911. In my state of mind, I thought it would be much better to get the police over ASAP, instead of risking my life even further by running into an unknown situation. Anyway, I told the operator someone broke into my apartment, and it sounded like he was threatening my sisters and that the police needed to come quick. The operator asked me a lot of questions about how many or what the intruders looked like, but of course I couldn't say because I was still laying in bed when it started. While I'm speaking with the operator, I could hear a guy's voice asking, "Where's your sister? She doesn't know what I had to do for her. I love her." I heard more screams, and then I heard, "She's in the room." At that point, my heart started beating triple speed. I don't know why they told this person where I was, maybe just out of pure terror, or maybe getting me back for not coming out of my room to check on the situation. But next thing you know, my bedroom door was being kicked, really hard. So hard I actually thought I had started sliding across the floor. He stops kicking my door and says, "If you don't open the door right now, I'm killing everyone." I was so damn scared, literally crying, begging and asking the 911 operator where the police were. The whole ordeal was only about 5 minutes, but in a situation like this, time slows way down and it seemed like it went on for hours. I guess the intruder must have heard me talking to 911 because all of a sudden he stopped and took off running out of the apartment. I was still on the phone crying with the door shut, and one of my sisters knocked and said it was okay to come out now because he's gone. I opened my door and was like, "Who the hell was that?" They said Jack. I couldn't believe it. In broad daylight, Jack kicked in my door with a sawed-off shotgun and threatened to kill my sisters and myself. The police ended up catching him about a week or so later. During this time, I found out through the police report that there was a previous incident that occurred with Jack a couple of weeks before my incident. The police were called because someone was shooting a shotgun in the air. When the police arrived, they found Jack holding the gun. They asked why, and he said because someone broke into his apartment, stole his weed, and cut the tip of his tongue. Not kidding. The police just issued that guy a ticket, which is crazy in of itself. Anyway, I actually helped catch him by giving them one of his family's members' address that I found in the phone book, and they caught him headed to their house. He confessed right there, but after he was arrested, he pleaded not guilty, but ended up taking a plea deal and only ended up serving 5 years. I moved to a different state after that. An even scarier part is, I found out that when he got released, he moved into a halfway house literally right down the street from my old apartment where he kicked my door in. 11 years have passed and I still don't feel completely safe. I feel at any moment I could run into him randomly or hear my door being kicked in again. I keep moving constantly. I change my number every year, and I carry pepper spray and tasers with me everywhere I go, and I never go to bed without checking if the doors and windows are locked tight. I still even put a chair under the doorknob before I go to sleep at night. A little bit of background. I, 23 female, was 20 at the time. I moved in with my uncle in San Antonio, Texas, with the agreement that I didn't have to pay rent as long as I helped him out with chores and my cousins. I got a job at a super known coffee chain downtown, close to the touristy part of the area. We had a lot of regulars and a lot of homeless people coming in and out. I felt relatively safe though because I got to know the people there and it was almost always a lot of foot traffic. I used to even take walks after work in the area, especially since I was super close to the Riverwalk. Skip to a couple months into the job and I was friends with everyone I worked with. We were all super close. On this particular day, it was one of my coworkers' last days. There were about 3 guys who had been there almost all morning. They hadn't bought anything and were just hanging out, which was not unusual for my location. On my break, I decided to walk down to a nearby drugstore so I could get a farewell card, maybe a small gift for said coworker. I walked down and put my earphones in, and before I could press play, I heard the door open behind me and footsteps following behind. Whoever it was caught up to me and started walking beside me, matching my pace exactly. I turned to look, and it was one of the guys that had been there all morning. He was a bit taller than me and reminded me a lot of Lakeith Stanfield. He tried to ask for my number and I kindly told him no. He persisted, and I, with a short temper, told him to screw off. He stopped and stared at me in surprise, as I don't really look like someone who would speak up. He stood there as I walked away, and by the time I went back, they were gone. I proceeded to tell my coworkers about the encounter, and we laughed it off. I thought that would be the end of it, but I was wrong. Every time after that, he would already be there just hanging out, or would walk in mid-shift. Sometimes with somebody else, and sometimes by himself. I assumed he was just another homeless person, because how else was he always able to be around? My shifts were pretty sporadic. Some days I opened, some days I closed. Some days I worked mid, but it didn't matter, he was always there. At that point, I started to feel paranoid. I would always catch him staring in my direction. He never ordered anything, never talked to me, and luckily wouldn't follow me. He would just sit there watching me. I started mentioning it to my coworkers, and they started noticing it too. One of my team leaders would help me out by sending me to wash dishes in the back or organize the cooler. My coworkers would also try to place themselves to try and block me from his view. I started feeling uncomfortable at work. Sometimes when I closed, a coworker would walk me to my car before heading home themselves. Then one day, when he was just staring, I was working the register. He walked up and ordered a water. I asked for his name for the order. I now had his first name. He took his water and sat down. I had mentioned him before to my manager, but because he hadn't really done anything, we couldn't do much besides note it to the manager book. The next day I worked with my manager. It was him, 2 other coworkers, and me. I told him I had to go to the bathroom real quick. There were 2 bathrooms right next to each other, but sort of hidden from the coffee bar and register, and they weren't gender specific. I walked around the bar to the lobby area. I had to pass his table and walk down the lobby to get to the bathrooms. I noticed him get up before going inside. I sat down to do my business when someone rattled the knob. I shouted out that it was occupied, but whoever it was kept rattling the door until I finished. When I opened the door, no one was there, and walking back, I noticed him adjusting back to his chair. I was super freaked out and told my boss. He couldn't go and tell him off though because we had no proof that it was him. Later that shift, he got up and picked up a coffee from the pickup area. My boss assumed he had ordered it and let him take it, but I told him it wasn't for him and that wasn't even his name. My boss used this as an opportunity to tell him if he ever does something like that again, he won't be able to come back. The man apologized and actually stuck to the rules every day after that, but he went back to just watching me. Cut to Valentine's Day. One of my team leaders and I would be scheduled to work certain Thursdays after close to deep clean the store. We would stay until 1 a.m. This was one of those Thursdays. We were almost done and I had to clean the bathrooms as one of the last chores. I finished, and as I walked out of the bathroom, I saw him peeking in with both of his hands pressed to the window, eyes wide, just staring at me with this super intense look.
Why are you jumping?
I froze for a second, just staring back. I noticed on one of his palms that is pressed to the window, a purple foam heart. He doesn't move at all. I shout, Hannah, Hannah, he's here, he's back. She barely hears me through the music that we were blasting. Hannah was the team leader who would help me hide from him, so she knew the huge fear I had towards him. She walks towards the bathroom, shouting back, What are you saying? What's going on? I told her again, He's here, he's watching me. She started shouting through the window, You need to leave. If you don't leave, we're calling the police. I step out a little to see if he'll leave, and he's ignoring her, and his eyes were fixated in my direction. I step back into the bathroom, and my leader continues to shout at him to leave and threatens him with the police. About 5 minutes passes by, and he realizes that I'm not stepping out until he leaves, so he does. The next day, my lead and I told my manager I wanted to file a police report. He told me no and to wait until he talks to his boss. He showed up again that day, but I was only there to talk to my manager, and I left right after. When I got home, a friend convinced me to call the police anyway. So I text my boss that I don't care what he says and that I'm scared and I'm going to file the report. I dial 911 and tell them a summarized version. They tell me that they're going to send someone to where I live to take the official report. The 2 officers were so nice and supportive. I told them my whole story and how my boss didn't feel the need to get the cops involved since I wasn't harmed. The officers told me that I should have called right away and defended me, saying that they could get him for harassment. I thanked him, and they tell me that if he shows up to dial 911 immediately so they can take him in for trespassing and harassing. I think that day, my manager banned him and warned him because he never showed up to the coffee shop again. A few months later, when I was comfortable again, I went out with some friends to walk around. We were close to where I worked, and as we rounded the corner, I saw him, and so I ducked into a little corner store, and my friends followed. I told them I saw him, and they kept an eye out. Once he was out of view, we left the store, and that was the very last time I saw him.
What are you doing?
When I was in high school, I lived in a really small town in Texas. It was the kind of place where everyone was either related to each other or hated each other. I had no family there, so yeah. But I did have a pretty blonde girlfriend and was pretty hated for that too. Nothing major, just petty harassment, occasional fights, but it had been escalating. So that's why on Valentine's Day, my girlfriend and I decided to skip the school dance and just stay in and watch a movie at her house while her parents were out. Just better to avoid trouble. We borrowed her dad's car, a little Honda hatchback, and went into town. We stopped at the video store for a movie and went to the Dairy Queen for some ice cream, and then we headed home. Now she lives in the complete boonies, out in the middle of the woods, along a lonely road with no streetlights at all. We're just chatting, eating our blizzards, when all of a sudden a car comes up behind us. No big deal. But what was a very big deal was that when the headlights flooded the interior of our car, I saw 2 hands in the back seat and a head coming from the hatchback part of the car. As soon as the lights hit, the head and hands retreated back down. A solid chill ran through the entire length of my body. I slowly reached down and pulled out my pocket knife, the only thing I had. She saw me and asked what was wrong. Loudly, I said, "Nothing. I just had to stop at my friend's house real quick." But she knew that was bullshit. I didn't have any friends. I pulled over at the next house that came up and jumped out of the car, yelling at her to jump out too. She jumped out quickly in total confusion. I flipped the driver's seat forward and lunged into the back seat in full maniac mode. He popped up like a jack-in-the-box with empty hands waving. Hey, what y'all up to tonight?" It was some weird kid from our high school who we had never seen in our entire lives, let alone spoken to before. I said, "What the shit are you doing in our car?" His reply was, "I thought you guys were going to the dance, and I was just hitching a ride." We sat there staring at him with our mouths open, wondering what to do. He tried to act real cool, and obviously we were in the middle of nowhere in some random person's driveway, so whatever he was planning was forgotten. We actually ended up driving him to the dance and dropping him off. The whole time he's telling us to come inside with him. Yeah, I don't think so. We dropped his ass off and noped out of there as soon as we could. As soon as he got out of the car, my girlfriend started crying and shaking. She was so freaked out. I have no idea what he was trying to do when the lights caught him crawling out of the hatchback. I got some Dunkin' Donuts this morning, and it brought this story back to my mind, so I figured I'd share it. During high school and college, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts for about 7 years and bounced around to a few different locations. I was used to working at the Dunkin' in my town where we would get the yeast rings delivered periodically and frost them ourselves as needed. I transferred to a new shop about a half hour from my house with all the same responsibilities except for the donuts. They were delivered by corporate, and they arrived frosted almost perfectly. They looked like the plastic donuts that they show in commercials, always round and not squished together, and they would dip them in frosting so it was evenly spread and neat. It was a busy Saturday morning and it was close to Valentine's Day, so we had a fresh order of brownie batter donuts delivered that morning. We were slammed, which was normal for a weekend, so it wasn't out of the ordinary to see my manager, who I'll call Jeremy, running around stressed out. When he first ran past me, I didn't think anything of it, and I continued making sandwiches at the sandwich station. He rushed by carrying a pastry tray, and I watched him begin frantically throwing something in the trash, looking really worried. At first I laughed and just said, "Jeremy, what the heck are you doing?" He strained out and he looked anything like himself. I had never seen Jeremy look so lost, so I asked what was going on and if something was wrong. "Someone filled the brownie batter donuts with staples," he said. He told me he got a phone call from corporate, and that one of the stores in our chain, which contained 10, had somehow discovered multiple staples in every donut in their order. That was at least 48 donuts for our store, and more or less for the other 9, depending on their sales. They told Jeremy we had to get rid of the most recent delivery because whoever put the batter in the filler dumped a ton of staples in it as well. Thankfully, we hadn't sold all the previous orders yet from that morning because it was still relatively early. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was going to be sick. What if a young child had gotten one of them? I pictured some family sitting at home on a Saturday morning, going out to get some drinks and donuts for the kids, and imagining everything else that could have happened after. I'm assuming nothing happened because I thankfully never heard anything on the news. Makes me wonder if they covered it up, and I hope they were able to find out the asshole who did it. It was a few months after I started high school, and I was trying to keep in contact with my friends from middle school, especially my one friend that we'll call Karina. I've never talked to Karina over the phone, but I've always texted her. I stupidly didn't save her number, but she was the only one that texted me at that time. I remember her number ended with 77. So one night, my family is in the process of moving home so I could be closer to school. I get a text from Karina asking how I was doing. I carried on with normal conversation for a very long time. I didn't think much of it since the number had 77 at the end. One thing that threw me off was that she was asking me to call her all the time. It was weird, but I never called her because I'm terrible over the phone. One day I was at my mom's office, bored out of my mind, while I'm texting Karina. She asked me to call her for the millionth time. I finally caved in and decided to call her because I had nothing else better to do. This is where things get very weird. I call her and a guy answers the phone.
What happened, Pom?
Thinking it might have been her older brother, I asked if Karina is there. He then asks, "Who's Karina?" Totally weirded out, I say, "Oops, wrong number," and hang up. Not even a nanosecond later, I get a text saying, "No, you have the right number."
Photocopier?
A few seconds go by and I get more texts, and I didn't answer the rest of the day. A few days later, I get a friend request from a guy that I don't know on Facebook, who we'll call Adam. I look to see if we have any mutual friends, and we have one in common. My friend that we'll call Rigo, and they went to the same school. I just got into high school, and I wanted to make friends, so I accepted him. Again, not nanoseconds later, I get a message from him asking why I ignore him. I told him that I didn't even know it was him, and that I thought I had been texting my friend Karina the whole time, since both their numbers had a 77 at the end. He blows it off and he starts texting and messaging me off the hook. He starts telling me really weird shit like, "You're beautiful," and "I love you so much," even though we don't even really know each other. I remember changing my profile picture, and again, he didn't waste time to tell me how adorable I am. Things got progressively more uncomfortable towards Valentine's Day. He kept asking if I wanted anything, and I kept telling him no. I guess he's not getting the message, and kept saying things like, "You look sexy in this," followed by pictures of thongs and lingerie. When Valentine's Day finally came around, he said that I was his true love. I finally told him that I wasn't interested in him, and that he needed to calm down with the pervy stuff. He was hurt, but it stopped, but not for long. He then started texting me morning, noon, and night, and I would ignore him all the time, but he still wasn't getting the message that I didn't like him. Come April, me, my friend Kelly, Rigo, and some of his friends from school decided to go see a movie together. I thought I was going to have fun. Well, I'm the first one to the movie theater at the mall, and my brother and dad decide to wait with me for my friends. I'm on the first floor, and I can see the elevator going up to the movie theater in plain sight. I turn around and look up, and there's Adam going up to the theater, and he makes eye contact with me. He totally knew I would be here, and I never told him once about my plans.
Oh.
I became ultra paranoid, and I told my brother to come with me into Hot Topic, just so I can be out of view from him. We look around for a bit, and I see Adam listening to music in the store. This guy will not quit. So me and my brother leave the store, and I tell my dad. He says we should wait out in the car until my friends arrived. When we're in the car, I text Rigo and I angrily tell him that Adam is here. At this point, Rigo knew how much I didn't like him, and he didn't like him either. I asked why he was there, and he says, I might have said something about our plans, but I can assure you I didn't invite him. So Rigo, Kelly, and Rigo's friend arrive at the same time, and I couldn't be more relieved. I walk into the mall with them, and I ignore Adam for the whole movie. Afterwards, he whines about how no one wanted to talk to him the whole time, and I said he shouldn't have come then. Rigo laughed. The next day, I get a text from Adam, whining about how it was really rude of me to ignore him, and I just go off on him. I said, you were the one who wasn't invited and decided to come anyway. How do you think it makes me feel when I tell you countless times you make me uncomfortable, and all of a sudden you just show up? He then starts blaming me for some bullshit that I don't remember. I blocked him, deleted his number, and anything I could do to make sure he wasn't able to have any contact with me. Fast forward, that summer after freshman year, I'm on vacation and I get a friend request from Adam. I freaked out because I thought I deleted him, but it occurred to me that he might have made a different account, so I blocked that one too. Sophomore year, I got with my now boyfriend, Leon. We were talking about weird stuff that happened to us, and I told him about this. Leon asks, how did he get your number anyway? That question made my skin crawl, because it never occurred to me to ask Rigo if he handed it out, and I really don't think he would do that anyway. So the question still remains, how did Adam, a guy I never met, get my number? Before this story, just some quick notes. Keep in mind, this story happened over the span of only a month and a half, and everything happened quite quickly. For context, my name will be Kat, and his name will be John, and his mom is Karen. This is a story I've only ever told a handful of people, and I'll try to be as clear and accurate as I can, as this happened just over a year ago, but obviously I can't remember everything perfectly. And I know I made mistakes, and I'll probably mention it a few times, but honestly, I've criticized my own decisions a million times over, and it's just not useful to think about what I could have done differently at this point, so please just be respectful. Okay, so here's the story. About a year ago, I had just gone through a bad breakup. He dumped me over text on Valentine's Day. And after having been together for quite a while, this was quite a shock. I was absolutely devastated and I felt pretty bad about myself. It only took about 2 weeks before I was looking for another boyfriend, more or less a rebound guy. That's when I met John. We met on Tinder and instantly hit it off. I was in my first year of university studying biology, and he was in his first year at a different university studying history. He was smart and friendly and had a lot of common interests. He was giving me some weird vibes at first, but maybe it was that he seemed a bit desperate. But honestly, I was too after my bad breakup, so I didn't think much of it. After only a few days of talking, he asked me to go on a date with him to a play. I was actually really excited because that sounded like such an interesting date idea, and I thought it was pretty romantic. So we go on the date and it goes well. He rides the subway back a few stops with me, and I tell him about my ex. He begins telling me that he can't believe anyone would let a pretty girl like me go, and that he would do anything to make sure he got to keep me if we were dating. Looking back, you can see how creepy that statement is, but I was maybe naive or just happy that someone agreed that my ex was an asshole, and I took it as a compliment and saw nothing wrong with it. We keep messaging and going on occasional dates after this, and all was well. After just a few dates, John had told me he had really bad depression and anxiety. Now, it's important for me to mention that I also have some pretty extreme depression and mental health problems, and my breakup had kind of launched me into a downward spiral. So it was almost a relief to hear him say that because I felt like he wouldn't judge me for having depression too. And after that, we could confide in each other about our depression and help each other get out of bad mental states. After this revelation, we got really close really fast. We had only dated for a month, but we already had an intense relationship. I even thought that I loved him. Now, another problem with him though was his mother, Karen. She was very possessive of him, and maybe it's because of his depression, but he couldn't do anything without telling his mother first. One night he fell asleep at my place and forgot to set an alarm, and when he woke up, he had 10 missed calls and at least 50 text messages from his mom trying to find him. She had apparently called every hospital looking for him. She knew he was going to spend the night. She was just concerned because he slept 2 hours later than he said he would. She would do other things to manipulate him, like verbally abuse him or tell him he's a bad son if he doesn't do everything she wants. And she sets limits to how often and when he could come to my place. And I wasn't happy with this, obviously. I told him I thought it was ridiculous that she treated him like a child and that he's an adult and can go on dates whenever he wants. If she wants to know where he is, that's fine, but he shouldn't have to ask permission. We had a small argument about this, but he obviously is a mama's boy, so I dropped it. I still hadn't met his mom at this point as well, so who was I to judge? Another thing I'll mention is that one time he asked me to do a role play with him, in which I wear his glasses and call him specifically Sweetie. He was very clear that he wanted me to call him that. He told me he was a teacher fetish. I told him I wasn't into that kind of thing at all, and that I'm sorry. He asked a few times after that, and never really dropped it, but I always said no. This is important later. After one particularly bad night, he came over to console me, and I told him I was feeling pretty depressed. In his response, he asked me to marry him. This was only after just 1 month of dating. I laughed, thinking he was joking, but he didn't laugh. He just stared at me in the eyes. There was an awkward silence, and I said, "What?" And he said, "I'm serious. I love you. I want to spend my life with you." I laughed at him, and I gave him a firm no. He looked disappointed, but dropped it. I was concerned about this and confided in my friend, and she said if it were her, she'd dump him. I thought it was quite strange, but I really relied on the emotional support he gave me, and he was very emotionally fragile at the time, so I decided I'd just pretend it didn't happen. I'd like to mention I know I made mistakes and ignored red flags, but when I was with him, he often implied or even stated that I was too mentally unwell or unattractive to ever get anyone better than him, and said other manipulative things that made me feel like breaking up with him would be really bad for me. A few days later, I went to his place for the first time. He lived with his parents, so when his mom got home from work, I of course introduced myself. She seemed very skeptical of me and wouldn't shake my hand. She gave me a fake smile and said, "Hi," then started focusing all her attention on John. "Hi, sweetie," she said, giving him a big kiss. On the lips. Yeah, she also wore very similar glasses to him, and continued to call him sweetie all night. That was basically the only thing she called him. Sound familiar to anything else that I mentioned? Yeah, I was very much creeped out, but I kept my mouth shut. His mom never spoke to me, only ever talking to me if it was necessary, and I got a very weird vibe from her. I had only gone to her house and met her willingly one time more after this, and it went basically the same, except this time, I was doing homework, and she kept making comments about how I was stupid, because I couldn't do my homework on my own. I tried to argue with her and got called a bitch, but John shut us both down and we all moved on. His dad also lived there, but mostly said nothing and lurked around in the background, but not saying much or staying in the basement, so he's not really important to the story, just an interesting detail. Fast forward a few days, I was still talking to John, but I think he sensed I was growing distant from him. We had been together about a month and a half at this point. I get a text from John very late at night, telling me he was upset and needed me, but I had a midterm the next day and I told him I'm sorry I can't be there. I needed to sleep and be at school in the morning for my midterm. He was very upset, so I suggested that he go to the hospital and told him I can meet him there after my midterm. He didn't respond. After a half hour, I got another text from him. He tells me he's outside my residence building and his mom drove him. I told him again, I couldn't go to his place. He says that it's okay and that he just wanted to talk. I give in and go outside to meet him and go for a walk. He starts walking me in the direction of the parking lot, and I get a really bad feeling in my stomach. I don't know why, but I just felt scared. I said, "Why don't we walk this way?" And I try to turn and go the other direction, and he says, "No, it's fine," and grabs my arm tightly. I don't know what else to do, so I say, "John, you're making me really uncomfortable. Why are you taking me to the parking lot?" I tend to be very concise when I'm stressed out. He said nothing and kept walking me in silence. I tried to pull my arm away, but he has a tight grip. "John," I said loudly. He says, "It's okay." "Let me go home now," I say, firmly pulling my arm. No one else was around to help me, and I was terrified. "I don't think you want to do that," he says, emotionless. "What? Yes, I do." I'm about to cry at this point. I was so confused and scared, and he starts explaining. "Listen, Kat, my mom is in the driveway, and if you don't get in the car soon, she's going to call the police and tell them that you're depressed and that you've threatened things. The police will come here and cause a scene, then hold you against your will." My brain started going a million miles a minute. I lived in a university residence and really didn't want the police to pick me up where everyone could see me and cause a scene. I also had been to the hospital before, and my school had warned me of possible repercussions if I tried to do such things on campus again, which he reminded me of. I was really confused and I felt betrayed. However, quickly weighing the pros and cons in my head, I thought supporting my boyfriend when he needs me and not causing a scene would be the easiest thing to do. Still not realizing what he was trying to do, I tell him I'm not happy about that he's blackmailing me, and I don't want to be with him for much longer if he's going to treat me this way. But the threats continue, so I go to his car. I get there and there's his evil mother, Karen, with the most disgusting, ugly smirk on her face. "I was just about to call the police," she says. John stands beside me as I get in the back of the car, and he gets in the front, and she starts to drive. As the shock wore off, I realized that I was pissed. I start yelling that they're manipulating me, and I go off on Karen for manipulating her son and being a bad mother, and yelling at him for being a bad boyfriend. Meanwhile, Karen is screaming at me, telling me that I'm a slut and a bad girlfriend, and that I should leave Earth because I'm such a bad influence for John. And we have one of the most intense arguments I've ever had with anyone. I truly hate confrontation, and I honestly didn't know I was capable of so much rage, but fear and adrenaline does crazy things to people. Karen then pulls over the car and says, "Get out." I lunge at the door, ready to run away. "But I will call the police on you," she says. I hesitate. Who will they believe? A reliable older lady with a respectable job, or a slutty little I'm not autistic, hood rat like you? Especially with your history of mental health. And then she laughs. The situation dawned on me. I couldn't leave. While I hesitated to think, hand still on the door handle, she escalated her threats to tell the police that I assaulted her and her son after he tried to break up with me. She said, "In my car, you don't get to talk to me like that. So either be civil and quiet or get the hell out." John stayed quiet throughout this whole car ride, not defending himself or his mother, or not even helping me, just stone cold and expressionless. I started crying and begging her to please let me go, to which she said, "You have every right to leave." But I felt like I had no option, so I swallowed my pride, apologized to Karen, and I let myself get driven to their house. I tried texting my friend what was going on, but she wasn't answering. Once we get there, it's like 1 or 2 in the morning. I wasn't sure because of course my phone had died. Great timing. Karen had been taunting me and making fun of me the whole way home, and I wasn't even able to defend myself after her new threats. I was still crying, and John helped me out of the car. He held on to me as I went inside. I don't know if it was because he wanted to get me in quickly or because I could barely move, I was crying so hard, but they kept shushing me, and Karen raised her hand as if to slap me if I didn't shut up, in her words. So I held my tears until we got inside. Once we finally get inside, John brings me straight into his room. He asks if I want to watch a movie, but I just lay down on his bed and sobbed. He sits beside me and touches my arm in what would have been a comforting way under different circumstances. I pull away, and he just quietly watches videos and occasionally tells me that this was for the best. Now I couldn't hurt myself as long as he was protecting me. Now we could both be safe together. His dad was home, but the whole time everything was happening, he said nothing to me and only came into John's room one time to give me a strange look and then leave. Really weird guy. John's mom came in a while later and told me to sit up and stop crying, saying that this was the best for me and John, and that she's only doing this because she cares about us. I don't have anything to say to her, so I just pet their dog. And I don't make eye contact. She berates me and insults me and makes fun of me with no reaction other than a few snide comments from me that John would tell me were uncalled for, and more tears and silence. And then she started going after me for petting the dog. Why won't you make eye contact? What are you, autistic? And proceeds to call me an idiot and other slurs, and all of this is even more disgusting because of her respectable job, is that she works with disabled teenagers. I ignore her, and then she starts saying really hurtful things. Now I can take an insult, but she crossed the line when she started talking about how my mother was abusive and how I deserved it, and she can see why I was abused. Now my mother may have been abusive, but that crossed the line. She had no right to talk about that, and John had no right to tell her. She then went on to say that she was a much better mother and I should be grateful that she's doing this for me. The whole time I was there, she kept implying that this was in some sick way supposed to help me. I feel like I was only there for John to have someone with him though. I lost it at the comments about my mom though, and I start yelling at her about how she's the abusive one and worse than my mother, and that I hate her, and we have a screaming match for a while. And again, John doesn't defend me and only says that I should listen to his mom. After more insults and yelling, she storms off, and it's just me and John, and I tell him I'm breaking up with him and that I want to leave, now. He goes to get his mom, who says I'm just having a rough night and don't mean it, and that we should both just sleep.
Purple.
They give me pajamas to wear, and I get dressed in his closet and go to bed, and he was sleeping beside me. I wasn't afraid John was going to hurt me, and don't worry, he didn't. Not physically, at least. He was more self-destructive than violent ever. But I was still uncomfortable sleeping beside him because I felt betrayed and scared, and even violated to a certain point. I wanted to leave more than anything. I felt like an animal in a cage, and then I got up and bolted to the front door, only for him to run behind me and grab me and have Karen block my way. I started screaming, "Let me go. Please, I'm sorry, let me go." I was sobbing and I was trying to be as clear as I could through my tears. Karen looked at me like I was the most disgusting thing she had ever seen and scoffed at me. "Grow up," she said, and walked off. John brought me back to his room and locked his door. His mom came back and he let her in a few minutes later, and she had some kind of pill to help me sleep, she said, but I refused to take it. She kept insisting and I kept saying no. "I'm not trying to poison you," she kept shouting, but I didn't trust that bitch at all. John took one first to prove they were safe, and it was clear after over an hour of arguing, and John taking one, that I wasn't going to have a choice. I pretended to take one at first, but this bitch checked my mouth and made sure I actually took it. Basically shoved one in my mouth after she realized I didn't take the other one. After a while, I felt very tired and I fell asleep. I still don't know what she gave me, but it tasted awful, and it was the kind to dissolve under my tongue. She had them in a clear plastic baggie with no label. I woke up the next morning and John and his mom were both in the kitchen eating breakfast. I saw my chance. I was alone. I got dressed hella fast and found my phone where he had hidden it, still not charged. He had my fare card for public transport in the case though, so I pocketed my phone and quickly snuck to the door. Nothing had ever been so intense for me before. I put on my shoes really quickly and opened the door and ran. I ran like the wind, on the verge of tears and shaking. I had never ran so fast. I didn't know the neighborhood that well, and I didn't know how to get home, but I just needed to get away. I have no idea if they chased me or not, or if they even noticed right away. The dog stayed quiet. I eventually found a bus stop, and I got on the first bus to show up. I pull out my card, tap it, and of course, it didn't have any money on it. My brain just buzzed. I had no way to get home. I needed to be on this bus, and I had to get away. The bus driver shrugged and said, "You should have money." Meanwhile, I was still staring at my card. Then I just started crying. I practically fell over that I was crying so hard. Tried to explain what was happening, but I was crying so hard and talking so fast that it made no sense. And the bus driver said, "Whoa, are you okay?" I screamed, "No." I started crying harder. He just quietly handed me a transfer, and I thanked him and sat down really quickly, noticing everyone staring at me. I put my hood up and cried quietly. I still didn't know how to get home, but I realized the bus was going to a subway station, and even though it was a long ride, I could get home from the station. As soon as we got there, I ran onto the subway, still crying and shaking. I probably looked like quite the sight. The subway eventually got to my school, but then I realized I couldn't go home because John knew where I lived. And God, he would have called the police, I knew it. I didn't know what to do. I saw someone with a phone charger and ran over and asked if I could please charge my phone, that it was an emergency. Typical millennial me didn't know my friend's phone number. I charged my phone, face covered in tears, and probably smudged mascara, and immediately texted my friend. I had told her right before my phone died that John and Karen wouldn't let me leave their car, and she had sent quite a few messages, and had apparently tried to come to my house to look for me.
What's up?
I told her where I was and asked if I could go to her place. She lived somewhere else on campus. I got many messages from John as well. He just said that he needed me and that I needed him, and that I'm making a huge mistake. Absolutely anything and everything to try to make me respond. Now, you guys will probably judge me for this, but I went to visit him in the hospital. I don't know why after all that I decided to do this, but I did. After I got to the ER, nurses took me aside and asked me if I was depressive, and of course I said no. I was legally an adult, so they couldn't take Karen's word over mine and didn't hospitalize me. I told John we were over and I hope he gets better soon, but he was mad at me. He said his mom told him how I was depressed and how she said that she heard the nurses talking to each other about how I was lying to get attention and all this other bullshit. I tried to defend myself to him, but I just left defeated and gave Karen the middle finger and literally ran the hell out and never looked back. I crashed at my friend's place that night and I slept on her floor for a week. A while later, I got a text from one of John's friends, basically insinuating he was extremely depressed and that it was my fault. And I told the guy that after what that family did to me, they can all go to hell and to never message me ever, not to this day. But I did get some revenge in the end. A story for another day. As you might have noticed, I didn't call the police. I did speak to a police officer about it eventually, and the concerns were about how Karen would be more reliable than me. I didn't have much evidence. But they said if I want, I could file a report. But honestly, I never did. I wanted nothing to do with them. To those who want to say I wasn't actually kidnapped because I wasn't tied up or anything, which someone has said to me before, I may have been allowed to leave physically, but emotionally, they made me feel like I didn't have a choice to stay. And they did drug me, so I don't know, man.
Hey. You can't.
When I was 16 years old, I decided to surprise my parents with a bouquet of flowers for Valentine's Day.
No money.
We've always celebrated this as a family holiday rather than a romantic one. I didn't have a car to drive to a florist, but my high school was within walking distance of a hospital boasting a gift shop that sells floral arrangements. Between classes during the week on Valentine's Day, I set off for the hospital by my lonesome, cutting across campus to walk through a network of side roads populated with specialty doctors' offices that keep odd hours. The sort of buildings where traveling doctors mainly hold surgery consultations or perform small procedures a few times a month. The trip there passed without incident. As I was walking back, though, I noticed an unkempt 1990s car close behind me. While my memory of the car is hazy, I am left with the impression that there were at least two men with whose faces I could not see. Initially, I assumed that the driver was simply afraid of hitting me, the reason they weren't passing by. So I made a point of dramatically walking further into the grassy shoulder of the road, demonstrating to them that they could safely drive ahead. But they still refused to pass me by, continuing to creep along behind at a slow pace. Beginning now to suspect that the driver was more interested in me than a destination, I began to walk faster. The car confirmed my suspicions by matching my speed. Despite the impracticality of my shoes and the threat of spilling water from my vase, I commenced to run as fast as I possibly could. That was when they hit the gas and again matched my speed. I realized at this point that the car was 100% following me, and that there was no one in sight to notice, and I needed to get away. I bolted into the first parking lot that I saw, and the car turned in after me. Despite there being only 2 or 3 cars in the spacious front parking lot, and there being no other sign of activity at the office, this car did not stop to park in the numerous spaces available there. The driver instead opted to pursue me into the partially under construction back portion of this lot, behind the office. It passed every available parking space to corner me against a pile of debris and rubble from the construction, coming to a diagonal stop less than 3 feet away. Before anyone could emerge from the vehicle, I somehow managed to scale the small prominence of rubble against my back, vase in hand. and jumped from its peak to land painfully on the other side, which fortunately was a plot of undeveloped land within sight of my high school campus. I took a quick peek back over my shoulder to see if they were still in pursuit, but the car had sped off after I reached the top of the rubble pile and was now nowhere in sight. They had not parked in the lot at all. They had no business there. The driver was 100% following me. I sprinted at top speed and didn't stop until I was soaked with sweat in the dead of winter and panting in the student lounge among my classmates, who didn't seem to give a damn when I told them. Possibly because our hometown is supposedly a human trafficking capital, and the crime rate is outrageous. Although I'm convinced that this was something more informal than human trafficking, as a dilapidated car suggested poverty. And I have read human trafficking usually arises through grooming and not being snatched off the streets. In retrospect, I should have told an adult, or alerted campus security at the least, and called the non-emergency line of the local police station, but I was young, foolish, insecure, and afraid of getting in trouble for leaving campus when I didn't have a signed permission slip permitting me to do so. I kept trying to convince myself that I had misread the situation or was overreacting. I don't know what I would have even told police had I called them, as I was entirely ignorant on the subject of cars and couldn't have identified the make of it had I been asked. And I couldn't see the faces of the occupants. I was also just worried that my parents would restrict my already extremely limited freedoms if they knew I had been in danger. I feel horrible having never told anyone and truly hope that my secrecy hasn't led to someone being hurt or killed. I believe the only missing people, aside from runaway children or elderly adults with dementia in this city right now, are men, aside from one woman a few decades ago. It was Valentine's Day, and me and my girlfriend are college students at a small school in Kentucky. Due to the way that the college works, it's hard for a lot of students to afford to keep up with having their cars on campus. This means you typically have to walk everywhere, and I was among the unlucky this semester. The evening had rolled around, and we were thinking of semi-romantic things that we could do together, and we arrived upon ordering food off of Uber Eats. Not the most glamorous, but I offered to pay. Most of the restaurants were closed, but Taco Bell was open, so naturally we ordered from there. Unbeknownst to us, though, there were no active drivers at the time, probably due to the road conditions because it was freezing and snowy. So the app defaulted to the setting where you can just walk and pick it up. There wasn't an option to cancel it, so I decided I would walk the 1.5 miles to pick up the food. I know most people at this point wouldn't be keen on walking in the snowy, freezing conditions
because I
at
got
that
some
time of
dust
night.
on my
But
tonsils.
I'm a broke college student who just spent his last few spare dollars on food. So with a hug and a kiss from my girlfriend, I started off on my journey to get the food. Walking through campus at night isn't a problem for me since I'm a 5'9" male, but when you make it through campus and into the residential areas of the town, that's when things tend to get sketchier. I had made it through the campus and I was about a quarter of the way to my destination when in the distance I saw another man walking down the street. Initially, two things put me at unease. The first one being that he was wearing one of those long trench coat things that you typically associate with sketchy men, and the other being the conditions out. I mean, logically, no one should be walking around in these conditions, as they were literally cold enough to freeze the sweat in your hair.
Good.
I pushed these thoughts back, assuming he was either in a similar situation as me, or he just really enjoyed the cold weather. I did switch sides of the street though, as I'm a tad socially awkward and I hate talking to random people I don't really know. We both continue our walks and pass one another, and it seemingly goes off without a hitch. Neither of us acknowledged the other and we just kept walking. Being the wary person I was, I looked over my shoulder, often in these kinds of situations. He was walking the same direction he had been, which is good. I kept walking and still throwing the occasional glance over my shoulder for safety. About 2 minutes after me and the mystery man had passed, I cast a glance over my shoulder, and I noticed the man was now walking my direction, and a bit faster than I was walking. This creeped me out, and I started to walk even faster. I couldn't flat out run because it was too icy.
That's because I
At this
coughed
moment,
directly
I
into
noticed
my
the man
mic.
picked up speed too, until we were side by side on opposite sides of the street. When he caught up to me, he started yelling at me, and I saw something fall from the sleeve of his jacket, almost like he was concealing it. Only it fell to the ground, making a loud clatter, like a piece of metal bar or a large metal knife. At this moment, I grasped the danger of the situation, and my fight or flight instincts kicked in. Ready to defend myself, I pulled out my pocket knife as I noticed him starting to make his way across the street. It was at this moment that I said something to the effect of, "Hey man, I don't want any trouble. I've got a knife on me." At this time, the man stopped in his tracks and said, "Oh, I thought you were someone else who just attacked me." I played it off cool with a small gesture, and I thought I was safe. I continued on my trek to Taco Bell, and after this experience, I was all the more wary. As I was looking over my shoulder, I noticed the man from before on the same path that I was on. I just walked as fast as I could to the Taco Bell, while throwing glances over my shoulder. Except at some point, the man just mysteriously vanished. Made it back to college campus without any more events, but I had a hand on my pocket knife at all times. To this day, I have no clue what this man's intentions were, but they didn't seem good. To begin, this started when I was 14, female, now 21. I just transferred to a new high school in the middle of the school year as a freshman with my twin sister. I was enrolled in a Spanish 2 class where I met Tony, and that was where the obsession began. When I started my class and met Tony, I initially thought he was attractive. He was tall, had brown hair, and beautiful eyes for a guy. But I did notice he was extremely shy and kind of awkward. But I made up excuses to talk to him, asking him about the homework and other meaningless small talk. He took to me and asked if I wanted to walk around during lunch and talk, so I happily agreed. He was very obviously not confident, and he didn't know how to initiate conversation, so a lot of the time I did most of the talking. Even went as far as asking him for his phone number. After a few days of texting and talking, I can tell he doesn't have any friends and he is kinda negative, and he has a pessimistic view towards life. It was rather draining and disappointing. Things he would say were kind of unsettling, or I guess just unusual for me. He would text me fantasizing about being a superhero, kind of like roleplay, in which I was the damsel in distress and he was always my savior. He had an obsession with the killer from the Scream movies. Overall, he was a nice guy, but different from what I was expecting or attracted to. Time passes, and Valentine's Day is coming up, and we are talking practically every day, so he asked me to be his Valentine. I agree somewhat reluctantly. So it's Valentine's Day. He walks up to me and gives me a pack of Hershey's Kisses and some Twizzlers. I don't like Twizzlers, so I handed them back to him, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and went to my class. Yes, I know that was kind of a bitch move, but I was honestly losing interest in him at that point. And I told him before I didn't like candy like that. During the day I received more gifts, flowers and candy from other friends. And I see Tony, and I can tell he's extremely upset by this, but he doesn't say anything. He texts me later in the day saying how stupid he felt, and how he was outdone by everybody else. I didn't respond. Over the next few weeks, I gradually talked to him less and less. In class is awkward, and I can tell he wants to say something to me, but never does. I later learned from my twin sister that he asks her every single day about me, and if I'm talking to someone else, even if I like him, and how to win me over, confiding in her that he has never even talked to a girl before. And at first, I think it's sweet, but I still no longer had a romantic interest in him. We would talk at school sometimes, and he would bring me homemade cookies and walk me to the train station. Still text and try to call me in the evenings after school. But now I was talking to someone new who eventually became my boyfriend for the rest of high school, Brandon. When I started dating Brandon, I knew that Tony was absolutely devastated. He then started telling people around school that was his first kiss. I was confused because I didn't know a kiss on the cheek counted as that, but to each their own. It was somewhat upsetting because people were getting the impression that we dated or that I played him, which was not the case at all. I would still talk to Tony as a friend. He was in the same grade and classes as my new boyfriend, and he would always tell me how he thought Brandon didn't like him and that he felt like Brandon knew about us. I told Tony there was nothing to know about us because we weren't anything but friends. And Brandon was totally chill, non-confrontational, stoner type. Not in his nature to stir up drama over nothing. And definitely not the jealous type. The school year was coming to an end, and Tony comes running up to me the last day of school and hands me this, I shit you not, 60 to 70 page notebook, wide ruled if it makes a difference, explaining all the ways he's in love with me and how everybody at the school thinks poorly of me, and how he can treat me better. I read it once, and I show my twin, and she tells me how weird and uncomfortable it makes her, and we both agreed on that. I stash it away and I don't speak of it to anyone else. I act like nothing happened, and I still talk to him as a friend occasionally. I worked a lot in high school in my free time, and I spent a lot of time with my boyfriend and friends, and I didn't think much about Tony. Time goes on and we eventually stop talking completely. I see him around school and he never really is with anyone else. He was always alone. Which I didn't really find strange anymore, considering how awkward and quiet he can be. Fast forward another year. I'm a junior. Tony and Brandon are both seniors, getting ready to graduate. Tony texts me out of the blue one day and tells me he has written a book, and it would mean the world to him if I could be the first to read it and give him feedback. And being the person that I am, I agree. So he meets up with me at school the next day and hands me this thick notebook and tells me to take my time reading it and to give him honest feedback when I was finished. I read this story in 4 class periods. It was around 300 pages long. Anyways, the story takes place in a Game of Thrones setting. The 3 main characters are Eric, which is Tony, Elva, me, and Isaac, Brandon. For the sake of confusion, I'll be referring to the characters by our real names. The only reason I know the characters were us and not fictional was simply by the way he had described them, literally identical to our physical appearances. In the story, Tony was the son of the king or whatever, and the rest of us were mere peasants. But Tony was always in love with me, but I was with Brandon. It was the annual time where our kingdom would go to battle with another for honor and glory, gladiator style. Tony thought it would be a wonderful time to prove himself and volunteered. The night before our kingdom traveled to where the battle would take place, my character went to Tony in the middle of the night to express her love and fear, and they ended up having very graphic sex. It was truly disturbing to read. The next day after they arrived at the place of battle, my character went to his room again, where the same graphic encounter occurred again, and during which Brandon came looking for my character, and in which we were caught. My character told Tony I didn't really love him and ran after Brandon to apologize for being a harlot. Tony was absolutely devastated and ultimately let his opponent kill him in battle because he couldn't handle the loss of the love of his life. Our kingdom goes back home, and in the middle of the night, Brandon sneaks through the window and murders me. He slit my throat. In the end. As you can imagine, I was absolutely horrified and creeped out. I threw the book away and never told Tony what I thought about it, but he must have known because he never asked for it back. Tony and Brandon both graduate and life goes on. Tony didn't try to reach out to me for a few years until I was around 20. He messaged me on Instagram in the middle of the night. Show me your feet. Submit to daddy. I always looked at your feet at school and would fantasize about them, along with links to a few foot fetish websites. I promptly blocked him. The next day, he messaged me on another account, which was a foot fetish and bondage account that he ran. He asked me why I blocked him, but I just blocked him again. Earlier last year on my new account, he messaged me basically calling me a whore and how he wishes I would die, and how he hated everyone we went to school with and hoped they would all die. And how he fantasized on how he would kill me for all the pain I caused him. I was genuinely afraid, but I didn't know how to handle the situation. Was it really a death threat? I don't know. I later learned that he worked at a diner down the street from my apartment, and I avoided it at all costs. I've since moved, and I haven't heard from Tony since, but multiple girls I went to high school told me he was obsessed with me, and would constantly talk about me to them. Now he would message them the same disgusting things while he was on a drunken binge. I live in a small town in the Midwest. It's super safe. The crime rate is pretty low and consists of mostly domestic disputes and traffic violations. There's only about 20,000 people in the town, and it seems like I see someone I know or at least recognize out in public every day. Back in 2008, I was about to turn 19, and I wanted to have a real party for my birthday. I graduated from a private Christian high school the year before, and I hadn't never partied before, even during my first year at a state university. I just wasn't ever interested because my friends weren't either. I was just a small town girl at a big university who didn't really get noticed much, other than guys on my boyfriend's dorm floor, asking what I was doing with him. They were all hitting on me, but I loved my boyfriend. That year I decided it was going to be different. I had dropped out of college, which is kind of stupid, I know, and I broke up with my boyfriend. I had a few new friends who did party, and they seemed to always be talking about how much fun it was to go to house parties. I wanted my 19th birthday to be the first time I got drunk. So I
Pump
had my older friends help me
invitee.
buy alcohol and invite all of our close friends over to my house. The night came and went. Fun was had, and my friends commented on how great my house was for parties. I lived alone in a 3-bedroom house with an attached garage, so people who wanted to stay over could stay in one of the bedrooms, and people who wanted to smoke had easy access to the garage. We sometimes moved my car out of the garage and played beer pong too. My friends really pushed the idea of having more parties, and I loved the thought of meeting new people, so we started partying at my house every weekend. It wasn't hard to get people to come to the parties. It was August, and there were 3 colleges around our town. More than once, my house was full of people I didn't know at all. I woke up a lot with random strangers at my house, but one of my friends always took responsibility for inviting each stranger over. It was no big deal to me. I would just clean up the house and go to work during the week and have another party on the weekend. These parties weren't super crazy or anything. There weren't really drugs involved, mostly just alcohol, which I thought was totally safe. One day in September when I was leaving for work, I went to shut the garage door and I noticed that the door remote wasn't on the car sun visor where I usually kept it. I thought maybe it had fallen off, so I got out and searched under the seats. I was more annoyed than scared because I thought I had maybe taken it out while I was drunk or something to close the garage door instead of using the remote attached to the wall by the entrance to the house. I shut the garage door with the wall remote and I went through the house to get back into my car and go to work. That night at work, I clocked out for lunch, and as soon as I entered the parking lot, my phone rang. It was a blocked number. The caller ID just said, unavailable. I thought it was one of my friends calling me as a prank, because that's something that we did a lot in high school. So I answered, expecting someone to ask me something stupid in a weird accent, but there was nothing, and I mean complete silence. I thought it was weird, but I hung up. I didn't want to waste my lunch break dealing with stupid pranks. Everything continued on normal as I worked the rest of my shift. We closed the store and I was walking to my car when I get another call. It was from unavailable again. The same silence rang through the phone when I answered. Absolutely nothing could be heard on the other line. I really thought it was one of my friends then because I hadn't had any missed calls. And how would this person be calling me as soon as I clocked out and had my phone on me? My friends knew my schedule, so that was the only explanation. I called my friend Lacey, and she said that she had no idea what I was talking about. I didn't believe her at first, but then her boyfriend verified that she had been with him and they did not call me. I wasn't sure what to think, but I brushed it off and forgot about it as soon as I got home. I had the next couple of days off, and usually on days off I slept in pretty late. I woke up around 11 the next day and got out of bed. I grabbed my phone and went to the living room. My phone rang, and you guessed it, it was unavailable calling. Again, I heard silence when I answered. This happened a couple of times throughout the day, and I was getting pretty annoyed by then. I was also annoyed that I still couldn't find my garage door remote. I looked everywhere that day, and I finally just gave up. I thought maybe it had fallen out of my car somewhere. Fast forward about 3 weeks. The calls started happening every single day. The most unsettling part of this is that they would only happen when I was available to answer the phone. I never had any missed calls during work or when I was asleep. As soon as I would step out of my workplace, unavailable would call. When I would wake up in the mornings, unavailable would call again. I really thought it was someone going to some great lengths to play a prank on me, but then even weirder stuff started happening. I stopped parking my car in the garage because it was so annoying to go through the house to open or close the garage door. One day when I left for work, I backed up and heard a loud scraping noise. I got out and there were huge tree branches underneath my car. I had no idea how they got there or when they got there, but it sure was annoying getting them out from under my car. About a week later, I heard a loud bang at the front door and went to check it out. There was a tree branch sitting on my porch, resting on my front door. This is when I called Lacey and basically told her that I had to stay at her house that night. I was terrified. I went to Lacey's and sure enough, unavailable called. By now, it had almost been a month since this began and I was so frustrated that I stopped answering. So I didn't answer that call. And about 5 seconds later, Lacey's phone rang. It was from unavailable. We were super freaked out and I told her not to answer it. I knew then that it was either a mutual friend playing a crazy long prank or we had a real stalker on our hands. I decided to tell one of my managers at work what had been happening. He immediately told me to call the police the next time I get a call, and that if I didn't call, he would. I told him I would call the police as soon as I got off the phone with Unavailable, when he or she called next time. Like clockwork, my phone rang as I walked to my car on break. I called the police after listening to Unavailable's silence for a full minute. The cops basically told me they couldn't trace the call, but that my phone company could. I got the runaround from my phone company, and despite this, the police wouldn't help. They did say that because this person had probably put branches in weird places, they could send a police officer to watch my house for a couple of days to see if they noticed anything. Nothing but phone calls happened for a week, and I wasn't really that scared anymore. I actually started being pretty mean to whoever it was, calling them a coward and asking why they were doing this. After following up with the police, it seemed like the police didn't really believe that someone was actually on my property at all. They apologized that I was scared, but said there wasn't anything else they could do. Branches started showing up in the middle of my yard, and I would hear banging noises on my front windows at night. For some reason, I didn't feel safe anymore in my room, so I started sleeping on the couch. One night, in the middle of the night, I went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and I get another call. I was so scared that I called Lacey and she came over. I didn't understand how this was happening because I couldn't see anyone watching me or anything. I never noticed anyone following me or watching me from afar. So what was happening to me? Sometimes there would be napkins inside my screen door, or just stacks of blank paper in my grass. I also got markers in my mailbox, and sometimes there would be candy wrappers on top of my car. Whoever was doing this was really strange. This went on until Christmas time. On Christmas Eve, I was driving out to my grandpa's farm to have Christmas with them, and I got a call. I was angry by now, and I thought that I could have a holiday in peace. I picked up the phone and started screaming at the person on the other end that it was Christmas, and they should just really let me celebrate with my family. I called them a freak and asked what they wanted. I was crying and asking them to just leave me alone, and as always, there was nothing but silence. That night, I was sleeping on the couch, and I woke up to lights in my face. Someone was shining several flashlights into my windows. I wasn't sure what to do, so I ran into the bathroom, locked the door, and called Lacey. She drove over, and we looked around and found no one. I was really scared, but she stayed over, and that made me feel a little bit more safe. But the calls kept coming, and the police did nothing. Nothing else happened outside my house. No branches or weird things turning up. I started sleeping in my room again because I thought maybe they had backed off. One morning I woke up and went into my dining room and noticed through the kitchen door window that my garage door was open. I thought maybe it had gotten stuck on something when I put it down, so it had gone back up. It had a sensor, so no one would get stuck under the door, I guess. Without me noticing, I went to the kitchen door and shut it with the wall remote. I grabbed a glass of milk and went to sit down at the dining room table, and that's when I saw it. My missing garage door remote was sitting on my dining room table. Of course I freaked out. I was still in my pajamas, but I ran to my car and drove. I didn't even know where I was going. I just called Lacey and told her it was time to move. We had been talking about moving to a different city for a while now, and I told her it was time to go. Her and her boyfriend came over to check the house with me, but no one was there. Me and Lacey got an apartment in a different city, and the calls stopped as soon as we moved. I remember it was Valentine's Day, and we were having a girls' day out. I told her that I was just going to leave my phone at home so we could enjoy a movie. I think we saw He's Just Not That Into You. I asked her if I could leave it plugged into her charger that was in the kitchen, and she said yes. Before we left, she had to wait for me to plug it in, and we left through the kitchen door. So we went out and went to the movies. We were chatting about the movie on the way back to the car, and I saw something sitting beside my car on the ground. My stomach immediately sunk when I saw that it was my phone. We both died a little bit inside and stayed at her boyfriend's house at night, and there was no sign of anyone being in our apartment the next day when we got there. That was the last and weird, scary thing that happened to me. Unfortunately, I never got to find out who did any of this. No one has ever fessed up to it, and I know my friends wouldn't have let me live in a state of constant fear for nearly 5 months. I asked a couple of the random people I'd met at some of my house parties, but they had no idea what I was talking about. This happened when I was in high school.